Their mics. I copied that, yes, sir. Okay, so on my cue, you guys are going to talk.
Hello and welcome to day number one coverage of the 2021 Wheelchair Tennis Masters, sponsored by NEC and UNIQLO. We'll be bringing you live coverage for the next 8 days from the USTA National Campus here in lovely Lake Nona, Florida. I'm Paul Walker. I'll be your primary voice for all the singles and doubles matches, but for our opening match today, I'm excited to be joined in our booth by former ITF Junior World number 1 and former ranked number 35 in the world, CC Bellis. CC, welcome to today's number 1 coverage.
Thanks, Paul. Really excited to be here with you today. We've got an incredible matchup on deck. Former world number 1 and former world number 2. I don't think we could be starting out any stronger here.
Yeah, and for those who are joining us and don't know the format of this competition in the singles format as well as in doubles, you'll get some round-robin play. So today is opening day, round-robin format. This is Pool A in the men's competition, with the number 1 seed in Pool A being Alfie Hewitt from Great Britain, and right behind him, Gordon Reed, followed by Nico Pfeiffer, and then finishing up Martin de la Puente from Spain. So we'll be seeing some great action from those players throughout the week, but today we're focusing on Reed and Pfeiffer. Getting a great shot of center court here at the USTA National Campus. And you'll be seeing 2 of the best players in the world, Gordon Reed, the lefty out of Scotland, and his opponent, Nico Pfeiffer, the talented right-hander from France. Cece, I believe you joined us a couple years ago for some of this coverage, and you may have actually called a head-to-head match between these 2 guys in the past. Is that correct?
That is correct. I think we may have done it together, Paul. Great matchup a couple years ago.
So this is going to be good to see these guys competing again. It's been a busy year for all these players. You've had the Paralympic year in Tokyo, then an immediate turnaround for both of these guys, of course, to New York for the final Grand Slam of the year, the U.S. Open. And then right on the heels of that, the world of wheelchair tennis made their way to Sardinia, Italy, and the World Team Cup competition that took place there in that lovely venue in Alghero. And so now, the last event of the year, here we are in sunny Orlando, Florida, and it is indeed another beautiful Florida day. Temperatures in the mid-70s or so, sun is shining, there's a pretty good breeze blowing today. I'm sure that'll be impacting play a little bit down here in the stadium court. The players will be getting adjusted to that, but by and large, I think they're happy to be in sunny Florida and playing some great tennis for this year-end event. Well, it was a little off the mark on my temperature, but we're going to get up into the 70s. It's a cooler 65 degrees, as you can tell, very clear. And there it is, a little bit of a 10-mile-per-hour wind with that massive 1% chance of rain. I like our chances today, Cece.
I do too. It's like you said, it's a beautiful day. It should be perfect for tennis, and definitely warming up as the day goes on. But it's beautiful right now. A bit of a change, a little bit cooler, but it's nice for us from Floridians here.
We've done some work here in the past where we had to bundle up, throw blankets on and layers, but today, nope, it's good to go. You can see the official going through the procedures of the traditional coin toss here. Try to get the sense of who wins and who loses on that opening competition. Mr. Reed, we call. Do you typically have a go-to call on your coin tosses? Are you a heads or are you a tails?
Not quite sure. I think I just usually whatever I'm feeling that day, Paul.
You're going with the flow.
Going with the flow. What about you?
I'm a tails guy.
You're a tails guy.
Yep.
Okay.
I'm always calling tails and just consistent. I don't have to make game time decisions or anything like that.
All right.
I just go with it. All right. Players are splitting from the net, getting ready to begin their warm-up. Bottom of your screen, you've got the left-hander Gordon Reed. Top of your screen, you've got Nico Pfeiffer. So that kind of sets the scene a little bit. I'll let these 2 kind of get added a little bit for their warm-up. Just to give you a little backdrop on what these guys have done with their head-to-heads throughout their careers. And by the way, Gordon Reed, 30 years old, Nico Pfeiffer, 31, so not much of a distinction on the age here. Both of these guys have been playing on the tour for a good number of years. Career head-to-head in favor of Gordon Reed, 23-11, with their most recent matchup down in Melbourne in 2021 here, the opening part of this year, back in February, with that match going to Reed 6-2, 6-1, pretty decisive straight set victory. And the last time Pfeiffer was able to get a win over Reed was right here in Orlando in 2019, in that match that we called, in 7-5 in the third. So we'll see if Pfeiffer can indeed remake that victory.
Yeah, I wonder if his love of the courts here will help him out today. A bit of confidence from the last time they played.
Yeah, you know, you wonder about how that kind of goes into somebody's mindset, like, hey, this is a good spot for me. I've beaten this guy here on this surface in this location. Does that factor in today? We'll find out pretty quickly here. You're going to see some exquisite shot making from both of these guys. Both of them are really great tacticians on the court. Both of them very talented. Great touch from Reed. You'll see some great drop shots from Reed. You'll see some dynamic backhands from both of these guys, both using kind of what's become standard fare for wheelchair tennis, the inverted backhands. You see a good example of that right there from Pfeiffer. We'll be seeing one here from Reed. So Cece, Lake Nona here is home to you, right? This is your home. This is where you. This is what you call home.
Sure is, yeah.
For how many years now have you been living here in Lake Nona?
I've been here for about 5 years now. Been here a while. Right when USTA opened up, I moved up from Boca Raton, where the USTA was previously. So.
And we get a quick little look at today's follow-on matches. We'll have some great matchups following this one. Gustavo Fernandez versus Takuya Miki, and then we'll get into the women's draw and the quad draw. Dita de Groot, world #1 versus United States #1. Dana Matthewson, followed by Sam Schroeder, seeded #1 in the men's in the quad, and then Yamanatu Silva from Brazil. So we have a lot of competition here on day one on center court. We have other matches going on court 2 and court 3 behind us. We'll try to give you some occasional updates on those matches as we get information on them, but our focus will stay, of course, here on center court. And
great day of matchups.
Oh, absolutely. Well, you know, when you get to an event like this where you've got the top 8, you know, or certainly all top 10 players in the world, there isn't a bad matchup. This is Grand Slam level stuff. It's a smaller draw. You really only have, you know, the best of the best right out the gate. So this would be typically what would be a quarterfinal match in a large draw. It would be the first time these guys would be seeing each other in a normal tournament. But for an event like this, right out the gate, got to come ready.
I wonder how that changes players' mindsets. You know, usually playing that type of a player, quarter, semifinals of a slam, and now you're playing them first day. It's definitely a bit of a change.
It's a big change, but I think because these guys, they're 4 Grand Slams throughout the year, that same format. So this is the 5th time now this year that they would be in a format essentially like this, where they're starting essentially in the quarterfinals. And again, this event, just to reiterate, is a round robin competition in the early going here. But to see this level of opponent this early in a competition, they're somewhat used to it, as opposed to, say, yourself, where you would never run into, say, a top-seeded player until you got a couple of rounds in. You being one of those top-seeded players in your heyday, and as well. Yeah.
Definitely not even close to being as top as these guys, but very interesting, that type of a format.
Yeah, it's interesting because, you know, just to, again, set the scene here, if either, you know, whoever loses this match today does not mean they're eliminated from the competition, just means they're off to a tough start. They can still come through pool play, and the top 2 players in each pool will advance to a crossover, and it looks like these guys are getting their serves warmed up. But the top 2 players will advance out of each pool, Pool A and Pool B, and the #1 player in Pool A will play the #2 player that comes out of Pool B, and vice versa. And so those will be the semifinalists, with the winner of both of those matches, and it will advance to the finals on Sunday. So we've got 8 days of competition. We're just getting started. And the forecast throughout the week, I don't want to jinx it, Cece, but the week looks good. It looks very similar to today throughout the whole week, which is normally can be some difficult conditions here in Florida. this is the time of year when you want to be playing tennis in Florida. The humidity has been dialed down about 20-something degrees, and it's pretty nice. I think the players are happy to be here out of some of the colder places in the world already, over in Europe and stuff where winter's starting to set in, and here they are in sunny Florida.
Yeah, it's beautiful right now, and even on the flip side, it's better than the heat of the summer, for sure.
Well, you've trained here in the middle of summer. Give us a little indicator of what that's like. I mean, how difficult are the conditions here in the summer?
Oh my gosh, I mean, we always like to say if you can train here at any time of year, but mainly during the summer, you can train anywhere and play anywhere. So it's definitely some of the hottest compared to other areas that we play in. I'd say Australia kind of follows closely, but yeah, I think it's a good area to train because, you know, you get so strong in these types of conditions and then feel like it's nothing anywhere else. So
great view of the USTA National Campus here at Lake Nona. You're getting a great shot of some of the newly minted padel courts, and those are coming into, you were talking about it a little bit. You haven't had a chance to play it yet, but you can see some activity out there. It's a new kind of sport that's growing rapidly. We've got pickleball, we've got padel courts over there, we've got hard courts, we've got clay courts here, we've got lakes and water courts, you name it. If there's tennis of some sort or racket sport to be played, it happens here at the home of American tennis, the USTA National Campus. And warm-up is now complete. Reed sends the balls over to Pfeiffer, and it'll be Nico Pfeiffer to open up our match here today. Center court, match number 1, NEC Singles Masters. A little loose backhand there from Pfeiffer on first point. Neither one of them looking to get too aggressive early. Kind of just ease their way into this match, settle down a little bit. Kind of nice crowd assembling in the stadium. We have some USTA League championships going on here, finishing up this week. Double fault from Pfeiffer. Puts him in an early hole on the opening service game. Love 30.
Wow, beautiful point there. Great get from Pfeiffer there.
Yeah, I don't think that Reed was expecting smash number 1 to come back, but had to do a little extra work on that one, but really wasn't much of a struggle to finish that one up cleanly.
Such a great return to start off that point by Gordon. We've seen a few already in this opening game, putting pressure right at the start. Just like that again, another great return to start off the point. Gives him the early break.
Yeah, broken at love. Not a great service game to start off for Pfeiffer, and we'll see if Reed can expand the lead early here with a hold himself. Both players, again, just kind of settling in a little bit, but that is not a great start for Nico Pfeiffer to get broken at love. And when you played, Cece, did you have a preference to open with your serve or open with return? Was there a strategical or tactical thing that you chose there?
I loved always starting out returning, receiving, just to kind of be able to get into the match a little bit, calm the nerves. I always like to do that to start.
Okay. So returning fewer nerves on the return than there are on the serve for you. And for a lot of players, I think.
I think just, yeah, starting out that way. Oh, goodness, we have a...
an umbrella situation on center court. The umpire has been attacked aggressively by one of the umbrellas, and she'll be looking to get some assistance. Wave to the crowd, Cece. See us up there? There he is, perched over center court. That's us. We're going to be excited to be here. 4 straight matches that I'll be covering here today. CC in for this one to open us up. I think that's as good as we could ask for to get this thing started. We got our umbrellas under control, and now it's Gordon Reed to serve. Certainly see Reed kind of taking the aggressive approach here to kind of be the one pressing the action a little bit more. Pfeiffer just content to kind of stay back and counter punch early on, but first point here still yet to be a serve point. 1. And Reed with the early gift to Pfeiffer there with a double fault on his second point. So again, we're 6 points deep into this thing, and no server has yet to win a point.
I wonder if the breeze is affecting that a little bit.
Yeah, it's always tough sometimes in the stadium courts. You kind of look up and you think you have a beat on the wind, but oftentimes it's swirling inside the stadiums. There's an unforced error by Pfeiffer on the return, and the first point for a server goes to Reed today to get it to 15-30. Reed sporting the UNIQLO gear, as he is a UNIQLO sponsored athlete. Can you name any other UNIQLO sponsored athletes, Cece?
A few on the men's side.
Just
some
a few,
some
right?
really big names.
Yeah.
I quite like the UNIQLO outfits, and I heard the quality is very nice.
It is great products. Love anything that I've ever worn UNIQLO, and so yeah, I'm sure he's happy to have a ton of that gear. Pfeiffer with an easy backhand error right there. Really looks a little nonchalant, not to use a French word, but I would say that's appropriate right now.
Yeah, Gordon definitely seems a bit more aggressive to start this match out. I've already seen him come in to net to try and finish points off, at least 3-4 points at this point.
Second double fault from Reed there. Tried to give that one a little bit more air and pushed it long, and now it's Pfeiffer with a chance to break it 30-40. Great angle by Pfeiffer on the backhand, but Reed with the answer, and then good response forcing the backhand error to get it back to deuce.
Yeah, great response there from Reed, kind of going behind him with that same angle.
Yeah, Reed on the wheels right there, showing off his mobility skills, and he just kind of negates that backhand there with that left-handed forehand sitting out there on that angle. And that will be an advantage that Reed will have today, as all lefties do. But it isn't going to help him much if he can't get that serve in. Double fault number 3 here in his opening service game. What about playing lefties in your career? Did you mind it? Always dreaded it? Didn't really matter? It depended on the particular lefty?
Well, it was funny because my coach is lefty, so I had a ton of practice. So I actually always didn't mind playing lefties, but I know a ton of players that always struggled. So.
Nice ball there, a nice attacking diving ball by Pfeiffer. He gets the break, gets it to 1-all here in the opening match. NEC Singles Masters, day number 1. Aggressive passing shot here by Pfeiffer. You see that backhand, lot of topspin.
Very heavy.
Yeah, Reed not able to come up with the answer on the volley. So yeah, I think having that left-handed coach, pretty significant. I mean, because you're going to see righties all the time, the vast majority, but to be able to see that lefty ball coming at you kind of gives you, you know, a
Bit of an advantage, yeah.
I would think so. I would think so.
I always loved it.
Yeah. You can go months sometimes without seeing a lefty, and so all of a sudden you're like, oh man, opening match, and it's a lefty. Nice big forehand winner by Pfeiffer there. One of the longer points we've had so far.
Seems like he's really come on in the last few points here. Started to be a bit more aggressive and not counter punch as much, like you said earlier.
Yeah, a little bit more energy, a little bit better energy there. Maybe the coffee's finally kicked in a little bit. Maybe the espresso, the double espresso he threw down just prior to match. That shot just wide from Reed there on the aggressive return. It's now Pfeiffer 30-love.
Another great backhand there by Pfeiffer.
Yeah, now it's Reed going a little bit conservative through the middle on the return, and Pfeiffer just saying, fine with me. I can tee that up. I can go a little bit short angle and get myself off to a roaring 40-love after his first service game of losing in love. Reed through the middle again to start. Pfeiffer got away with one there, but he'll take it and move out to a 2-1 lead here in the opening match. Center court. And it's Pfeiffer 2-1, and finally a hold.
Bit of a flip from that first break at love by Reed.
Yeah, it looks like Nico's settled in a little bit. And now, like it is 90% of the time, it's 2-1 somebody on the changeover. And I think everybody's kind of seen what they need to see today and know what they've got to work with. And as long as Gordon get his serve in order, I think he'll be comfortable. But right now, it's still a bit of an issue until he does get a hold. Yeah. And again, here's our matchups for the day. We've got a full day of tennis here on day number 1 of the Wheelchair Tennis Masters, sponsored by NEC and UNIQLO. We've got Gordon Reed and Nico Pfeiffer going at it right now in center court, followed by Gustavo Fernandez, Takuya Miki, and then we go into the women, and then we go into the quads. Dita Groot, world number 1, Sam Schroeder, seeded number 1, world number 2. So we've got some great tennis throughout the day, so we hope that you'll join us and continue to be with us all day today and throughout the week. Curious to think if that sun is an issue over there. As I'm watching Gordon look up.
Yeah, especially for a lefty there.
Looks like it could be, but not on that serve. Pfeiffer giving a slight apology there, as if he wasn't meaning to be that good, but he was indeed catching the line with that short angle forehand. There's another apology. Sorry about that. Didn't mean to be that good, but he'll take it.
Bit better there from Gordon. Kind of going back to how he started this match, a bit more aggressive, moving forward, getting Pfeiffer moving.
Yeah, I think he knows if he's going to take control of this match, he needs to kind of set the tone. It's going to be on him to do that. Nico is typically not the one to be generally the aggressor.
Very heavy forehand there from Gordon. That was just perfectly placed right in the corner.
Yeah, big top there, just diving down into the corner, like you said. Yeah, that's a nice forehand. When he's hitting his forehand like that, he's trouble. Sometimes the forehand can be a little squirrely for him, but when he's on it like that, it's going to be a good day for Gordon Reed.
It's incredible how much work he has on that ball. So much top.
more aggressive returns there from Pfeiffer, right through the middle within about a couple inches of the baseline. Reed not able to answer. Score is evened at 30 all.
Better second serve there from Gordon, a bit more conservative, a little shorter in the box. Seems like he's trying to get more of a rhythm there.
And Pfeiffer shaking his head, thinking to himself, guy takes a second serve off, throws it in the middle of the box, takes pace it off, and I just dump it in the net. Unacceptable. So, advantage Reed here, 40-30. Looking to get this thing evened up at 2 games all.
Bit of an uncharacteristic miss there from Gordon.
Yeah, absolutely. On the backhand side, he is generally rock solid, and he'd like to have that one back, but didn't hurt him. It's only deuce, so onward we go. But inside, I'm sure he's thinking, would like to have had that one. As I'm sure our viewers can tell, we will be inundated with airplane traffic throughout the length of our coverage. It'll come and go. Just customary here at the national campus with the Orlando International Airport just being miles away. Planes come in pretty low here as they're landing or taking off, so we get a little bit of a roar, but just makes for the lovely ambiance of playing here at the national campus. You've dealt with that throughout your time here.
Just like the U.S. Open.
And here, Pfeiffer with an advantage in a second serve. We'll see how aggressive he gets here. Oh, great action on that backhand by Reed to stretch Pfeiffer out on the forehand side and get it back to deuce.
Pfeiffer went for it. Sure went for that forehand down the line on the run.
Yeah, I don't think he had much of an option there. I think he knew if he put one more in play, Gordon was going to clean it up, but it wasn't a bad choice by Pfeiffer there to just take a rip. Pfeiffer trying to go big on the forehand, just not finding it. Driving the ball a little deep, and now Reed with a chance again to get it to 2-all.
I like that play for Pfeiffer there, going deep and heavy, trying to get a short one from Reed.
Delta. Is that your preferred airline?
I like Delta. I'm a Delta flyer.
Okay.
Yes.
So am I. So happy to see that.
Love Delta.
Yeah, they've done a nice job taking care of me over the years. Big forehand. Speaking of taking care of things, Nico Pfeiffer with the forehand right there. Again, forcing deuce. Got ourselves this most competitive game of the match so far. Our third deuce here.
Beautiful pass there from Pfeiffer. He drew Gordon in, and wow, such a great pass cross.
Yeah, not a bad approach. Gordy goes backhand up the line, and Pfeiffer just screams that thing cross court. Here's a great look at Pfeiffer on the move, ripping the backhand cross winner. Gorgeous shot there.
So much racket head speed there, too.
Again, Pfeiffer trying to go big on the backhand side there. And again, with the air, we get back to deuce. This is kind of setting up to be one of those games where we could get an early momentum swing here in this match, depending on who comes out ahead in this game. Might be early in the set, but kind of get that sense of it.
Totally.
Gordy not happy with that attempted drop. Again, advantage Pfeiffer here. The chance to go 3-1. Good action on it. Had he gotten over the net, I think it would have been tough for Pfeiffer,
yeah,
but left it a good bit short.
See what he does with the second serve here. Little long by Pfeiffer.
Yeah, most of his errors on that side have been floating long, just not getting enough finish on those balls to bring him down into the court. Just needs that little extra finish there. Once again, back to deuce. No deja vu on that backhand pass. Pfeiffer tries to go over Reed that time. Reed with the answer. Slight little overhead punch into the open corner. And now Reed with the advantage.
Yeah, it was a great setup and finish there from Reed. Definitely how he wants to structure these points. I think from what we've seen, getting his first serve in is so huge to start off points. His second serve is dropping a little short, and Pfeiffer is able to get ahead in the point early.
Yeah, and then Gordy seems to be pressing a little bit almost on, it's like he's continuing to come forward. Tough way to make a living, but we'll see if he can kind of get his percentage of winning points at the net up a little bit here. Seems to be about 50-50 right now.
Beautiful, again, made that first serve in, set him up in the point perfectly.
So you think that whole first serve in thing is something that maybe players should be kind of putting a little focus on there?
I think so.
You've heard that somewhere before, have you?
A couple times, definitely in my game.
A couple times.
It's just amazing how much it really changes the point.
And on cue, Reed misses one. He would just listen to you, CC. And I think he would be so much better well off.
Wow. Beautiful return.
Yeah, one of the better second serves from Reed there, and the response even better from Pfeiffer. So here we are. I mean, I don't know. I've kind of lost track now of the number of deuces that we've gotten into, but here's good second serve, and Pfeiffer inside out, catching the line, aggressive. But again, mentality-wise, he's knowing he's getting to look at a second serve. He's just got a different mentality there. He's willing to go aggressive.
Beautiful slice there from Reed. I really like that play of his. He kind of goes, takes it on the rise, chips it mid-court. I was working on that a lot earlier this year. A mid-court kind of slice, but it stays so low, kind of draws your opponent in and takes him off the court. That was beautiful.
Yeah, you know, we always emphasize depth so much, but I think sometimes, like you mentioned there, that mid-court kind of puts players on an in-between. They don't get to fully swing out. They've got to get the ball up and down from a tougher position if they're going to try to go that passing shot route. And, yeah, it seems to be a play that Reed's looking to run pretty regularly here. Certainly a matchup he must have come in knowing that he wanted to kind of get to. So here we go again. Reed with a chance to hold.
kind of a similar point there for Pfeiffer to draw Reed in, as we saw a few points ago. He really likes that play. Draw him in right when Reed kind of stood back a little bit and then passed him. Beautiful.
Yep, there it is. Not going down the line that time. Too easy on the forehand down the line for Pfeiffer. Pretty simple stuff. A couple of great tacticians doing their jobs out here.
Bit of an uncharacteristic miss for Pfeiffer there.
Yeah, it's funny how they just kind of come out of the blue. You see such a great dynamic point, and then on a ball you think no reason, just the unforced error. And I think that's always kind of been one of the knocks on Pfeiffer, just that all of a sudden just goes away, plays these phenomenal points or stretches in matches where he's just on fire or just solid. You think top level stuff, and then all of a sudden he just kind of gives a point or two away, and the next thing you know it's a game, and kind of takes himself out of some matches. I think historically that's kind of been one of the things he hasn't been able to get dialed in.
That marathon game ends.
And that's a big one. We'll see if that is indeed a big indicator of the direction of this set. It's only 2-all, but that was the longest game we've had, obviously, in the tournament. And, of course, this is day number 1, match number 1. How could it not be?
That was a good dad joke.
Yeah, that's what I do, dad jokes. You picked up on that, did you?
A little bit.
Does your dad have dad jokes?
He does.
Yeah?
Yes.
Yeah.
Very good dad jokes.
And are you a good daughter and just laugh at his dad jokes?
Most of them.
Yeah, you're good. You're good. We dads appreciate when people give us at least the token laugh. It'll be interesting to see after that long game, the mental grind for both of those players here, who kind of comes out maybe and establishes themselves with either Pfeiffer getting the hold or Reed getting the break, and we'll see if the momentum does in fact lean towards Reed after getting that game. Easy error there on the forehand from Reed that gets it to Pfeiffer. 30 love, so maybe the momentuming isn't in Reed's favor, but got a little ways to go here in this game.
It's almost a bit of a letdown after such a long game. You finally come through, and it's tough to stay mentally in it. Beautiful touch there from Gordon. Wow, that was gorgeous.
Yeah, that was, I mentioned earlier, you'll see artistry from both of these players, and that's a great example of what Gordon Reed brings to the table right there, and we're going to get a good look here. The speed with which he gets there, and then the ability to angle and touch that ball for the easy winner. Really impressive. Makes him one of the great doubles players in the world as well, that kind of ability.
He took a different approach on that approach shot when Pfeiffer kind of drew him in, that same similar point that he's been constructing, and I like that Gordon Reed changed it up instead of going approach shot deep.
Yeah, he's an intelligent player. He's not going to let Pfeiffer, just get continued looks at a stagnant game plan. Here it is, Pfeiffer 40-15 with the chance to go up 3-2. Seems to be in the Pfeiffer forehand's been the one that's letting him down the majority of the time today. The unforced errors have come a little bit more frequently on that side.
Starting to creep in a little bit. Wow.
Pfeiffer with the great read on Reed, and he gets the hold and he gets the lead 3-2 on the changeover. And a disappointed Gordon Reed coming over here to his side. Not happy with having given that game right back so quickly. Reed with all sorts of options here as he walks around. Goes with the cross-court option, pays the price.
Pfeiffer just saw that one coming. Set up for the inside out a little early, maybe.
Yeah, I think he got like you said, got an early read on it, said, all right, I'll go with it. If he hits it, I'm sitting on it. If he goes somewhere else, I'm toast, but paid off for Pfeiffer. Great shot of center court, some fountains over in the back. Great look here at not the entirety of the campus, but just this stadium court. And right next door, we have a true clay court stadium court. On the other side of that is all the clay courts. Some of the spectators in the stands here today. Nice crowd, beautiful day to be out watching some world-class wheelchair tennis. Sunny enough that an umbrella is worthwhile to protect yourself from the intense Florida sun, but by and large there's a lot of folks coming to the campus from out of the state and who are happy to have the sunshine because they might not be seeing it for the next 5-6 months. All right, Reed's turn to serve and possibly get this knotted at 3-all. We'll see.
Oh my goodness, such incredible touch again. Really, the last couple of games he's upped his level and his touch and really constructing points so well around it.
Yeah, it was a big pass there by Pfeiffer for him to just kind of receive that as easily and as deftly as he did. Look at the height on that thing, but look at the touch, the angle, everything, every aspect you would want. And, he delivered there. Another marquee shot from Gordon Reed.
Deep return there from Pfeiffer, really went for it. Deep middle, I like that play a lot actually.
Yeah, both players we've been seeing kind of go deep through the middle on the returns, not opening themselves up to errors or angles for their opponent early. Seems to be one of the approaches that both are taking.
It's such a smart return too. I always love using that. Very safe but effective.
Catches the back line. Yeah, Pfeiffer in control from start to finish there, stays on it, finishes nicely with the forehand.
That was a great finish. He set that up so well. Gordon did well to stay in that point. Had a couple great gets, but great finish there from Pfeiffer.
Yeah, he was doing most of the running here. Left that one a little too short. Too many options there for Pfeiffer.
Oh, beautiful. Once again from Gordon.
Yeah, playing the vertical game, you know, not trying to hit through Pfeiffer, who's typically deep in the court. Got great reach. It's going to make him use his wheels to get up into the court. So clearly see a strategy shift here by Reed. Reed totally in control throughout the entirety of the point. Goes for the drop, doesn't get it that time. Too easy for Pfeiffer. I think Reed had an overhead opportunity he could have played earlier in the point. Right there, he went with the forehand. Pfeiffer was able to dig that one out. I think if Reed could have gone with a little bit more of a potent overhead shot there off the bounce, he'd have been in better shape.
Yeah, I was surprised he chose a forehand on that one. Oh, nice angle exchange there from both players.
Yeah, Nico doing a nice job with the early slice to kind of mix it up. He's been coming in with all the topspin backhands, mixes it up with a nice slice. Gordon answers, gets on that nice exchange there, which favors the lefty. Stays on the angle until he forces the error. Beautiful tennis 101 right there.
Longer games on Gordon's serve here from what we've seen so far this set. Oh, wow. Beautiful forehand there from Pfeiffer.
Yeah, and I think he's getting, as I'm looking over at some of the banners that are floating back behind the court, you can see the wind ripping pretty good, and I think Nico's got the advantage in that matchup. His cross-court forehand to Gordon's backhand from that side of the court looks to be a pretty good matchup for Nico. He's getting a little extra push from the wind.
Wow. Oh my goodness. Beautiful point from both players, but what a finish there from Gordon. That slice backhand line, again, placed so beautifully right in the corner.
Yeah, fans really enjoying that play right there. Pfeiffer with a great get, Reed with great positioning on the court. Not a bad shot there by Pfeiffer, but that's just a great finish there.
Great scrambling there from Reed, that whole point.
Here we are back to another one of those deuce games on the Reed serve. Pfeiffer a little loose, not getting on the wheels there for that forehand. Was in position, just kind of stayed a little stagnant on the wheels. Didn't put himself in a good position to hit that shot. And now it's Reed with a chance to get it to 3-all. And haven't seen one of those since his first service game when he gave us 3. But that's an inopportune time for a double fault there by Reed with a chance to get to 3-all. Game goes back to deuce. The Reed service games continue to be a real battle. Once again, Reed with a chance here. See if he can get that first serve, that CC Bella's first serve. So critical. There it is.
Beautiful finish, just like you said earlier, taking that overhead to finish off the point.
I don't know why they don't listen to us more often. I mean, here we are. We see everything so clearly. It's so easy from up here.
Must be so easy for us up here.
It is easy for us up here. It is always more difficult down there in the heat of battle.
Oh, for sure.
But that was all set up by the big Reed first serve, to your point. And then a great finish there, obviously. So we're at 3-all, and the battle continues. Well, you don't need much commentary on that. You could probably hear that one from the on-court microphones. The shank return from Gordon Reed, wide.
The wind could have played a bit of a factor in that one.
Pfeiffer 15-all here on his service game.
It's beautiful defense there from Gordon, getting that last backhand back.
Yeah, and then again, just one of those uncharacteristic, no reason errors, which has got Pfeiffer shaking his head. And I'm kind of wondering myself, Nico. Boy, he's got so much action on that ball. Doesn't look big, but he's got such a long limb and just gets such great leverage and just develops so much top on that ball. Both sides, really, but the ball just jumps.
Yeah, the wind at his back definitely helping a little bit too.
And it's Reed's turn for an uncharacteristic, easy, unforced error on the return of serve. Pfeiffer with the chance to get up 4-3 as we get a little bit deeper into the set, and some of those uncharacteristic errors kind of start to mean a little bit more.
Another one there from Pfeiffer, getting it back to deuce. Be interesting to see if Gordon can take advantage of that, kind of try and get a break here.
Yeah, you kind of get the sense as we get a little bit later here, anybody gets this late set lead here. It's been back and forth the whole day. Great slice by Pfeiffer, forces the error. The overhit by Reed. And here it is, with Pfeiffer a chance for 4-3. As if the slice backhand up the line wasn't enough, he puts the extra secret sauce on it, and it just curls away from Reed, and there it is. Pfeiffer 4-3 on the changeover, getting a little bit deeper here, and Reed's serves have not been an easy thing for him to hold, so we'll see here if he can get it to 4-all.
Yeah, such a great finish there from Pfeiffer. His slice has been really killer the last couple games.
Yeah, I think he's kind of, you know, after setting things up with the top early on, it seems like he's kind of hit on a solution there with the slice backhand and wants to kind of incorporate that a little bit more. Maybe that seems like he feels like that's disrupting Reed. So we'll look to see if he continues to execute that a little bit more frequently here down the stretch. Set number one, day number one, match number one, center court. Wheelchair Tennis Masters, sponsored by NEC on the singles side, and we'll get into the doubles play in days to come with that great event being sponsored by UNIQLO. So we're very fortunate to have both of those great companies supporting wheelchair tennis worldwide. UNIQLO being the sponsor of the tour worldwide. This being the end of the year event. And things will start up again in January of 2022 down under in Australia. A long-awaited break for many of these players, as we kind of talked about it earlier on, CC, about the schedule this year being so heavy, and the backside of the year being so heavily loaded with Paralympics in Tokyo, and then off to New York, and then off to Italy, and now here in Orlando. And these players are going to really look to shut it down after this event, take some time off, and totally regroup.
Yeah, recover before Australia next year. It's so huge this part of the year.
Forehand error there by Reed. Gets Pfeiffer off to a good start here. Got to think that Reed's continuing to question a little bit his service games. He hasn't had anything easy on that side of the net yet today. Maybe that sun continues to be an issue for him.
Yeah, Pfeiffer's have definitely been shorter and easier. Beautiful slice there. Great response.
Yeah, we've seen shots from both players that, you know, show off their complete ability to hit pretty much any shot on the court. We've seen amazing topspin. We've seen the great touch. We've seen some power, and of course the slice. So, as you would expect from a couple of world-class players at this level, former world number 1, former world number 2, not much they can't do.
Dribbled over there.
Pfeiffer shaking his head, scratching his head, giving apologies, and taking every one of them. No hesitation. He's like, you know what? If I could, I'd do it again.
As he should.
Reed taking his time here, trying to regroup after that let cord winner dagger. See how he responds. I'd say that's a pretty admirable response right there.
Great response there. That's seriously what he's needing in his service games. A bit more heat, a bit more pop on that serve, starting points off a bit stronger. Really like what he did there.
Yeah, what a great time for that, man. A lot of courage to unleash that at that moment right there, and we'll see if that kind of gets him over the top here, if he starts to feel things a little bit.
Great action on that serve, so much pronation and a ton of work on that ball.
This is the first serve wide here.
Believe that was a let.
Oh, let. I was kind of wondering what the call was. Didn't catch the let call. Second serve for Reed. Looked like a slice-to-slice drill there for a little while. Both players executing beautifully. Reed looking to change the trajectory with the topspin, finding the net instead. And it's Pfeiffer with the chance to break and go up 5-3.
Yeah, Reed definitely wants that one back. A little upset with himself after missing that one.
Can't be too confident hitting this second serve in this position right here, right now. We'll see.
Great response there from Reed. Pfeiffer wasn't as aggressive on that second serve return as I thought he would be.
Yeah, and even there on that forehand, looks like he could have had a little bit, pretty good look at it. Went a little bit passive there. And it's Reed again with a deuce service game, nothing we haven't become accustomed to. You've hit on it. He has not had any easy service games, even on the rare hold. It's been tough for him going on the serve today.
Yeah, he's gotten out of all of them though.
Yeah, I know, it's amazing, right? It doesn't feel like it, but here
Right.
he is with a chance to hold. But my God, he's doing it the hard way. There's the big forehand. And we've seen a couple of those, that same shot there. So I'm beginning to believe that it's not a mistake anymore, or a mishit, or just a lucky shot from that center position there. Pfeiffer's been able to hit that same target a number of times today, and it's been really effective.
Yeah, so massive. Just unleashes on that forehand.
Yeah.
Reed kind of in no man's land. Easy finish there for Reed.
Yeah.
It's great scrambling by him.
Yeah, really kind of a nifty return there from Pfeiffer. Little off speed out wide. Reed on there. Big aggressive swing there on that backhand. This great look here at Reed's wheels. Getting his speed under control at the end with the easy finish. Great replay right there. Back to live action here, and Reed with another chance to hold and get this to 4-all. And there's the first serve, and there's the error, and there's the hold.
This next game seems so key for this set. I feel like if Reed can get a break here, it's game over.
Yeah, and Pfeiffer hasn't been doing anything particularly dynamic on his serve. He never really does. I mean, he's typically just a guy that kind of rolls it in, got a lot of heavy top on it, kick. It's kind of the only serve he hits. Moves it around a little bit, but never overly aggressive with it to where he's looking to get free points. And Reed just really hasn't gotten as many good looks as you would think. Maybe he's been saving them up.
It's a good start there for Reed. A little loose there from Pfeiffer. Like you said, it seems like some points of the match he checks out mentally a little bit.
Yeah, I think that's kind of always been the knock, and you know why I think he's kind of hovered in that 6, 7, 8 position world ranking-wise. Not that that's anything to diminish or anything like that. Great achievements, but hasn't seemed to be able to really break through against these top guys at these big events, where talent-wise, by all accounts, he's right there with them. It's just that mental piece that he just doesn't seem to be able to get over the top on. I don't know if it's a belief issue or a confidence issue in the tough going.
It's so tough to stay in at every point mentally, especially against the top players. You can see Gordon is just so strong mentally, and
yeah.
Oh, just like that. I mean, he's in it every single point.
You know, and Reed was, or I mean, Pfeiffer was broken at love on the opening game of the match, and here we are in a very critical juncture, and here's Reed stepping it up a little bit, opening up this love 40 lead for him on this return game. And that's what great players do, right? In the moments, the ability to just have that extra gear.
Great feel there for the break to go up 5-4.
Yeah, and that's got to give him some momentum with as easy a break as that was. Now, can he put a service game together and close this set out? We'll see. He's had to work hard on every one of his service games, but it's a great time for him to have a good one. 5-4, Gordon Reed on the changeover. First set, opening day. Wheelchair Tennis Masters, live here at Center Court. Paul Walker joined by CC Bellis. And we've got plenty of action here throughout the day as we've kind of listed our upcoming matches. We've got only a set in on match number 1 here, or almost a set in on match number 1, but we've got some great action coming up. Men's singles to follow, followed by world number 1, Dita de Groot, and then quad singles top seed, Sam Schroeder. So stay with us because we have a lot of tennis coming here on day number 1. It's a beautiful Sunday here in Lake Nona, USTA National Campus, and we are excited to be here, excited to be bringing you coverage. We know that the million-plus listeners out there are happy to be joining us here today. What do you think our numbers are at? What are your numbers?
I think around there.
Are you like one of those social media, Instagram? How many? Come on, give me a number.
No, I'm not super into social media,
Okay.
but I have a decent amount of followers, but I don't post very often. Not
Okay.
really my thing.
Right. I got it.
Yeah.
Good. I respect that.
I like more real life interactions with people rather than fake ones.
There you go. Not that there isn't a place for some of that stuff, but yeah, I think life is meant to be lived in person.
Totally agree. That's a great start there by Gordon Reed. Wow, what a catch by the umpire.
Nice little
Give her a clap
round of
there.
applause from the folks in the stands.
Yeah.
You know, she got game too. She's up there for a reason.
Great reactions.
That's what she's doing. She's dialed in, focused. Reed 15 love.
Bit of a miss it for serve there.
laugh
Laughed
off.
it off, yeah. That's the best
about-
way to do it.
Honestly, when you miss it that big, yes. Now, of course, you don't want to turn around and come back with that, but on cue, it's setting up to be another grind for Reed on the service game. With an early double here as he attempts to close out set number 1, up 5-4 over Nico Pfeiffer.
Oh, wow. Gorgeous slice there. We've seen just some incredible slice from both these players, but especially Gordon using that so well. Stays so low and pretty much dies in the court.
Yeah, and just knifes through and then dives. Yeah, and then the precision with which they're hitting it. They're not just dumping it in the center of the court. They're slicing up the court with it.
Yeah, perfectly placed.
30-15 for Reed.
Oh my goodness, just beautiful tennis there again from Reed. A great point from both.
Yeah, that's one of the better exchanges we've had. Both players hitting out, going
Oh,
deep.
goodness.
Got another umbrella accident going on center court. Here's the replay of that last point. Pfeiffer defending, Reed staying aggressive. Just great action on that forehand right there into the corner. Gives himself a great opportunity here, 40-15, to take this opening set. I think maybe, yeah.
Probably smart to take the umbrellas down.
Giving Reed a little extra time to think about how he wants to go about closing out this set. Got a nice little 40-15 lead here. And there it is. Reed with the easiest hole he's had all day.
Right when he needed it.
6-4. Right when he needed it most. Put the pieces together, and there it is, 6-4, just like that. Reed in control of set number 1. Pfeiffer having to regroup after hanging tough throughout the entirety of set number 1. And we'll go to number 2. Four. Great back and forth battle from these two great players, Nico Pfeiffer, Gordon Reed, but it's down the stretch. Reed able to get an easy hold at 5-4 to seal the deal on set number 1. It'll be Pfeiffer to open up, just like he did in the opening game of the first set with his serve. Hoping to change his fortunes here and stay alive in the round robin portion of this competition. Day 1 of the Wheelchair Tennis Masters, sponsored by NEC and UNIQLO. Well, there's no question that both players are feeling loose now and looking to slug it out a little bit more often like they did the last point of the first set. It was pretty much of a replica right there, opening point of the second.
Yeah, both coming out strong. It'll be interesting to see if they change any of their tactics from the first.
I think for the amount of times that these guys see one another, I don't know how much they adjust tactics too much. It's just about execution, right?
Exactly.
And I think what we saw, we talked a little bit about it, Pfeiffer with just a few more of those loose points, so to speak, that just easy for Reed to just kind of take a break, get a breather. He was making a few errors as well, but down the stretch, he made fewer. And just like that on cue, he puts one in the bottom of the net. Pfeiffer with great position on the defense, forcing the error there by Reed out wide, gets to 30 all.
It's a nice play there from Reed. I like where he was trying to place that, just misfire the execution a little bit.
Yeah, as misses go, I think he'll take that one. Good aggressive approach to it, just a little bit wide. Second forehand return to serve error this game by Reed on the deuce side. Looks like he's trying to kind of get on the wheels a little bit before finishing the shot. A bit out of position, not committed to the return first. And it's Pfeiffer with the early advantage here, game number 1 of the second set.
Wow, incredible rip there from Pfeiffer.
Yeah, and just like, okay, Gordon responds, no problem, fires it back. Nico out of position a little bit, tries to go aggressive again with the swinging volley, and catches the net. That forehand right there was ripped.
It was huge. It must have been one of the hardest forehands of the match so far for him.
Absolutely, no question. Great depth there.
Very
Sets up
heavy.
the
Ooh.
short one. Matchup that's favored Reed most of the day, but not this point.
Beautiful, beautiful tennis from both players.
Yeah, Pfeiffer getting inside the court a little bit more to get that ball on top of Reed a little bit heavier, a little bit deeper, a little bit more angled, all the above. And earns himself an add point here to open up the second set with a potential hold.
Some incredible tennis so far this first game of the second set here, Paul. My goodness.
Yeah, Pfeiffer going slice corner to corner, pushing Reed on the run. Reed getting back in charge of the point. And ultimately, it's the Pfeiffer error that leads to the point for Reed, but man, what a dynamic point it was.
And that is some pace from both players, but especially Pfeiffer. It seems like he's putting a bit more on his forehand here in the second set.
Yeah, looking to flatten things out a little bit more and backing it up, not just one, but two in a row there. A little less shape, a little bit more finish. Figures he maybe needs to hit through Reed a little bit more. Another chance to hold here. First game of the second set. Well, there it is again. The big Pfeiffer forehand, but this one a little bit wide. But you can start to see that he's clearly, as you kind of mentioned, is he going to change tactics, going to the bigger, flatter, more pace ball?
Yeah, seems like that's what he's doing.
See if he can sustain that.
I do like that play. I think it's smart for him to try and be a bit more aggressive. He was a little less aggressive than Reed in that first set.
Yeah, I kind of always thought all the years that I've watched Nico that he could up his aggression a little bit, go a little bit bigger.
And I mean, he can do it, as we've seen. He can put a lot of pace on that ball.
And I think he just needs to mix it in like he's doing a little bit, stay with his spin as his kind of foundation. But yeah, now and again when he's got a good look and in a good position, I think he needs to unleash it a little bit more. He went flat on that one.
Sure did. He really went for it again. It's been working for him, but
it has, yeah.
I think when you take so much risk, you know, it's definitely a higher reward, but definitely a lot of room to miss as well.
Yeah, we'll see how much he's willing to stick with it. You know, is he willing to ride it out and get the gain that it can produce, or is he going to back off of it? Pfeiffer touch. And too
beautiful.
Good. We've seen a number of those from Reed today, but Pfeiffer showing that he won't be outdone with the touch shot.
Yeah, not as many from Pfeiffer, but you can definitely see that he's able to do it.
Goes big on the backhand, pushes Reed deep. And look at that, well disguised. Perfectly executed.
Beautiful finish there from Pfeiffer, using that forehand inside out so well in that first game here.
Yeah, it's been the one reliable shot. Well, I mean, he's had a number of reliable shots, but that has been kind of the go-to finishing shot for him. And it gets off to a good start, so critical for him probably to get off to a little bit of a positive start here in the second set, having let that first set somewhat slip away. Reed's now chance to answer. Early going in the second set.
Yeah, I'd love to see Pfeiffer be a bit more aggressive like he was in that first game. Use his slice, his touch a little bit. Very strong first game from him.
Yeah, I've always kind of wondered why he doesn't go a little bit more aggressive on the serve. I mean, to me, you know, his body type, length, strength, seems to me he could have a little bit more variety on the serve, could go bigger a little bit more often, but tends to just stick with the percentage, roll it in.
Oh my goodness. Just toying with him there. That was incredible.
Out of the air. Yeah, I mean, these guys are, you know, the number 1 and 2 doubles teams in the world, for example. So you get a lot of, from both of these guys, you get a lot of net play opportunities because of the amount of doubles they play. So their hands are both so skilled. Pfeiffer, a longtime partner with Stefan Uday, and Reed, longtime partner with Alfie Hewitt. Clearly the two top doubles teams in the world for a number of years. Long time now.
I think we did both of their doubles matches a couple years ago here, Paul.
Always look forward to any time those four are on the court together. You are going to get in for Hell of a treat. Top class, world class doubles from those four, the best of the best. Yeah, big forehand by Gordon Reed there.
He loves that forehand inside out.
Yeah, both of the players, right? That's kind of been the better product off the forehand side for both of them. And here with a chance for one of the easier service games from Gordon Reed. Up 40 love.
Definitely needs it. Does not want to go down 2-0 in the second set after such a tight end to the first.
And there it is. One game all, second set, 1 set to love, Gordon Reed. As we continue here, opening match of our coverage, center court, USTA National Campus, Lake Nona, Florida, the Wheelchair Tennis Masters, sponsored by NEC, and followed on successive days here with the UNIQLO Doubles Masters as well, running these two events concurrently here at the National Campus. One-stop shop for all the best players in the world to get their end-of-year singles and doubles event tidied up.
Be interesting to see if Pfeiffer stays as aggressive in this second service game.
Yeah, I wonder if the wind conditions, lend themselves to him swinging out a little bit more aggressively into the wind perhaps from that side that he was on before. And now on this side, does he choose to spin it a little bit more? See. Early error there from Pfeiffer. Let's read the first point of the third game.
Oh, that's just so heavy from Pfeiffer.
Yeah, ball looks like it's traveling long and all of a sudden just starts diving inside the baseline there. Gets the easy forehand winner. No answer at all from Reed on that shot. Look at the hand action there. Great finish.
Why do you think he doesn't put a ton on his first serve, Paul?
Never been able to understand it, to be honest with you. I mean, it is, he hits the first and second more or less of a very similar nature.
Yeah, about the same speed.
Yeah, about the same speed, and doesn't take much risk with it. Obviously, he keeps his first serve percentage high, but he doesn't give himself a chance for many free points, I think. And again, just to be able to sprinkle in maybe a big flat one now and again up the tee or something, or at the body, just to keep his opponents off balance a little bit. I've never been able to understand why he doesn't go more aggressive on his serve.
Yeah, might be a good changeup sometimes, surprise his opponents a little bit.
Absolutely, use the big one as the changeup, right? Yeah, kind of go in reverse.
You can clearly see how well he places the ball. I'm sure he could easily do that on the serve.
That's it. This event, I'm asking Nico that question. I'm going to get the answer once and for all.
Would love to hear it.
Before this week is out, we're going to have an answer, Cece. Game 3, second set. Nico Pfeiffer serving 30-all. Appeared that Reed was anticipating it down the line because that wasn't that well struck, and he was kind of on that side of the court, but he must have been reading down the line and just made a bad read, and when he came across, there was just no answer at all there. Just got out of rhythm.
Yeah, Pfeiffer must have seen him moving to the other side and went right behind him. It was a smart play. Oh, beautiful backhand there from Reed. Put a little extra pace on that one.
Yeah, Pfeiffer went a little bit big, not as big as we've seen him go, and Reed decided to step it up and get into one right there, forcing the error from Pfeiffer.
I like that, actually. Reed's been a bit more passive the first few games of the second set than he was in the first, so maybe settling in a little bit.
Well, that's one Gordon doesn't miss 2 out of 100. But he missed that one, and it's Pfeiffer with the chance to go up 2-1 here in the second set. You know, we talked about the round robin format here. So much of what's important here in the round robin is I think it's the conservation of energy for the long week ahead, both in the singles and the doubles. How many times do you have to go 3 sets to muscle a win out versus getting through clean, conserving that energy?
Bit wide there from Reed. Tight call, but Pfeiffer 2-1 in the second here.
Yeah, with the hold. Yeah, so neither one of these, obviously Pfeiffer has no choice but to get into the fight here and try to get this second and force a third, but you'd have to think that Reed is pretty hungry to not have to, or not want to have to go 3.
Yeah, I wonder if he'll be looking to keep holding like he did in the first and then look for a break later in the set.
His last couple service games have gotten better, so maybe that's an indicator that he's kind of found his mark. The sun has shifted enough. Honestly, quite frankly, it was in our face earlier where I think it was probably a challenge for him with his left-handed serve from particularly the one side, but now I think the sun has shifted enough that I don't think it's as much of an issue for him.
Yeah, let's see if he can keep that momentum on his serving games here.
Gordon Reed to serve. 1-2, second set. So much for that theory of having better service games. Opening point here, one of the bigger misses we've seen from Gordon. He did spike one earlier into his own service box, but he let that one fly.
Yeah, it seemed like he was going for a bit more on that first serve as well.
He didn't laugh that one off as easily as he did the last one.
No.
Right back on form, though. Tough to go that big from that far back in the court. Nico knows he's got to put a lot more air under that ball.
Yeah, Pfeiffer wants that one back, for sure.
And right like that, after the opening double fault, it's 2 nice serves from Reed, 2 easy points, and 30-15. That's how champions do it. Quick regroup after a bad error. Don't let it linger.
He got so much angle on that ball when he was really just in the middle of the court. He created such a great position.
It's become one of the keys in tennis nowadays, isn't it? That ability to go from the middle and still create some sort of an angle with the ball. And so not be having to get an angle to give an angle.
Oh, beautiful finish there again.
Kind of looks like he's got Pfeiffer guessing a little bit, not kind of really getting a read off the read shots.
Yeah, nothing fancy about that one either. It's perfectly placed, middle of the court. Great finish. Oh, another one from Pfeiffer.
By my calculations, that's 2-0 Pfeiffer on the let cord winners. But still not out of the woods, as it's still advantage here for Reed, 40-30.
These guys seem like they have a great camaraderie off the court as well.
Yeah, I think when these players see each other as much as they do, compete against each other as much as they do, both in singles and doubles, as mentioned, these two part of the two best doubles teams in the world. So typically at any given tournament, they're going to be seeing each other in the finals. So there's no lack of familiarity. Respect each other as competitors. Ooh, there's
Beautiful
the big
point.
forehand that we were seeing early on from Pfeiffer. Decided to load that one up, but caught the top of the tape. No love from that let cord this time.
One of the longer points of the match, that one.
Yeah, both of them just kind of, sitting back a little bit, waiting for the first one to kind of try to draw blood. And it's ultimately the Pfeiffer error that leads to the hold for Reed as we get to 2-all here in the second. Much like the first set, just a little bit back and forth. Neither one of these guys able to separate much at all at any going throughout this match. Just Reed at the end of the first set. You can see the slumping shoulders and head down from Pfeiffer there after that error. You wonder if this is one of those moments where he kind of goes a little bit away. We'll see how he responds after that early error. It was Reed who had the bad double fault to open his service game last game and responded nicely. Pfeiffer's turn now.
Yeah, it seems like this could be a huge game for Reed if he can come out with a break.
Yeah, service games have started to come a little easier, getting to be much better looks on his service game. So if he can get this break here, follow it up with a hold, I think that separation early in this set might lead to the Pfeiffer demise. But we'll see. We got a long way to go here. Neither player been able to separate it all today.
Oh, beautiful finish. And like we said earlier, such a great setup with that return deep through the middle. And again, that inside-out forehand from Reed has just been lethal this match.
Yeah, kind of locks that player into the center of the court. Now they got to play the guessing game. Is he going inside out? Is he going to come down the line? Yeah, and both players know how to execute and finish in that position.
Nice scrambling from Pfeiffer there, getting back into that point.
Gives his coach a little shoulder shrug like, yeah, I don't know either. I don't know, coach. I don't know either. Talk about it later.
Oh, beautiful. So heavy there again from Reed. His forehand has just been so key for him in this match. Being aggressive, moving forward, and I think the placement's really done it for him.
Yeah.
So deep into the corners.
Flattened that one out a little bit, didn't go with as much shape. And yep, beautiful finish there and a chance now to get up 3-2.
Not quite yet.
No, says Nico Pfeiffer. How you like my forehand?
Bit of a similar ball there.
Excellent. Yeah, right. Exactly. Very similar. Neither player wanting the other one to one-up them at all here. Reed finding the line on the backhand return. Pfeiffer opening that up with the wide serve, not doing it enough to get Reed moving.
Didn't seem like Piper was expecting that one to go line as well. Yeah. Reed's been usually going mainly middle or cross court with his returns so far. A nice change up.
Reed in control of this point here. And sends the forehand well long, forcing it back to deuce. And a head shake.
Little miss hit there from Piper.
Yeah, did a nice job with the swinging volley to get himself out of trouble, but had no answer there for that. Not exactly that tweener ball, right? Not exactly an overhead. Doesn't have enough time to set up underneath it for an overhead, and really not a good spot to be able to volley it. So.
Yeah, I like what he did on that swing volley, moving forward early there, and then just a little hiccup on that finish.
Bad time for a hiccup. And the Pfeiffer backhand catches the net, and it's the Reed break to go up 3-2 here in the second set with one set already in his back pocket. We'll see if this is the moment where he separates and looks to close this out in two here. Got a ways to go, but that's a good start for Gordon Reed here in second set. About some other men's singles matches going on behind us. We don't have a score update, but just to let you know that it's Alfie Hewitt and Martin De La Puente in action on court number 2, and Stefan Uday and Tom Igbrink on court number 3. And as we can possibly get any score updates, we'll keep you abreast of those. Great matches in these opening round robin matches of day 1 of the men's singles competition here.
What are your thoughts on those ones, Paul?
Yeah, I'd have to give Alfie Hewitt the number 1 seed here. The big advantage over Martin De La Puente in that match. Martin's first Masters ever, which is a great accomplishment for him to get into the top 10 and make his first year-end Masters. Well done to Martin. But that's a tough assignment opening up against Alfie Hewitt. And then Stefan Uday and Tom Igbrink, that one, that's a coin toss. Igbrink having one of the great years here, going deep at the Paralympics, making a couple of his first Grand Slam appearances. Uday, longtime veteran. So that's a battle to see who can kind of take control of that pool. Another one of the 2-3 matchups in that pool play. One of those guys comes out of there, kind of the leading candidate to make it out of the pool. That's a big head-to-head. Reed here serving 3-2 with a chance to, for the first time, except for the end of the first set, get some separation earlier. See if he can do it.
Wow, setting up with that slice again. It's been so critical for him in this match.
Yeah, the ease with which he did that, you just kind of, he was just parked there in the center of the court. Nico didn't have many options, kind of neutralized him throughout with those first 2 slices. And then once he got the shorter ball on the forehand side, left no doubt, cleaned it up nicely.
Does quite well with finishing shots. We haven't seen him make any quicker, easy errors on those this match.
It's not an easy shot, but he makes it look easy. That ball's down below the net, short inside the service box. Gets that ball up and down and into a corner quickly. Great action, great hands, great acceleration, and not an easy shot there.
A ton of acceleration on the shot. It seemed like there was a bit of backspin even on it, so it's great movement up to that.
And higher degree of difficulty. Ball finds the line. Surprised Pfeiffer didn't kind of get into the court a little earlier, maybe look to take a ball out of the air on that one once he sent Reed scrambling in the back of the court.
Yeah, some great defense from him there. Didn't capitalize.
Now a chance for Reed to go up 4-2.
He has had a couple doubles here in this match. Maybe not his best serving day.
Yeah, he got most of them out of his way early in his actually in his first service game. Since then, he's been pretty good, but he's sprinkled a few in. And maybe if you're going to sprinkle one in, that's be about as good a time as any. Still got the advantage here, 40-30. And there it is, the Reed hold for 4-2.
Has a great pass there from Reed. Pfeiffer kind of got stuck in no man's land there. Not quite a good enough approach.
Great shot of Reed there and his chair skills. Not expecting any easy points, always putting himself in a good position. And it's 4-2. Gordon Reed up 1-0. It's a big backhand there from Pfeiffer to get himself off to a decent start here. He's got to hold the line here. Going down 5-2, I think going to be too much to ask. He can get it back to 4-3. I think he hangs in this thing. 5-2 going to be a problem.
Yeah, double break would be very tough to come out of.
Reed choosing the line there instead of the cross. Catching Pfeiffer.
I like that. Changed it up, going line, finishing, instead of going behind Pfeiffer.
Well, that's why you establish that cross court, right? So when you choose to go line, it doesn't have to be perfect. That was a nice job there. You play a brilliant point, you hit the big forehand down the line, you got an easy forehand, and you just kind of roll it wide. Such is the beast that is tennis.
Sure is. Haven't seen too many from Gordon like that this match, though. Oh, it's just too good.
Yeah, he read the Pfeiffer backhand there on the slice. He was going to be shorter. Stepped in. Wow. It sounded a little louder than normal. A big military cargo plane just went overhead. As if the Delta jets weren't enough.
Exactly. Seemed like the players were having a laugh at that.
Yeah, they could tell there was a little something different in the sky on that one. .40-30 here for Pfeiffer. So he attempts to kind of stay in this second set and stay in this match. As mentioned, he goes down 2 breaks, and that's a problem. And it's Reed with a bunch of successive errors there that give Pfeiffer the game. Allow him to get back in this second set here, but Reed still with the advantage, 4-3 in serving. As mentioned, we had some action out on the other courts earlier. We've got some results that we can give you updated if you don't already know. It's Stefan Houdet over Tokyo silver medalist Tom Egbrink, 6-2, 6-3. And as predicted, Alfie Hewitt out of Great Britain beats Martin de la Puenta 6-4, 6-2 in their opening round matches of the pool play.
Looks like they're just finishing both of those up from what we can see.
Yeah, I'm getting ready to put some other matches on. We'll get into some of the women's singles on those other courts, Court 2 and Court 3. We'll give you updates as we know them. But right here, we'll stay with the action on center court, which is Gordon Reed up 1-0 over Nico Pfeiffer and up 4-3.
See if Gordon can keep the serving momentum in this game here.
Yeah, he's looked comfortable for a while now, but this is not the time to be having a loose service game and allowing Pfeiffer to get it back to 4-all. Great picture of another big object in the sky. You all got to see it that time. Great visual. I think after a while the players just kind of get used to it a little bit and just move on through it.
Oh, great backhand line there. Starting off this game for Gordon. He's really used the down lines very well in the last few games, changing it up a little bit.
Yeah, right, has established cross and then just knowing that Pfeiffer's leaning that way. Big first serve there by Gordon Reed.
A little wide there from Pfeiffer.
Yep, and a quick 30 love. So I think the one thing you see is Gordon's ability to kind of step it up in these critical moments here. That's been the difference. A couple loose points now and again when things aren't as critical. But when it's on the line, he's been the one that's been more solid.
Again, beautiful finish there with the slice from Gordon.
Yeah, 40 love, just like that. Bang, bang, boom, he's off. And looking to get himself decisively in charge of this second set, wanting to get out of here clean in 2. Opening round of the round robin portion of the men's singles competition. Another one of those, if you're going to throw a double in, maybe throw it in at 40 love and quickly dismiss it.
Yeah, not a bad time.
Yeah, you look at the statistics maybe at the end of the match and you're going to see Reed with a lot more double faults than Pfeiffer, but kind of doesn't really matter that much when you throw him in at 40 love. Reed goes for a little too much on the drop. Doesn't pay off.
I do like that play. He had Pfeiffer moving there, looking to draw him forward.
Yeah, you can see the wind's picked up a little bit. Don't know if the wind knocked that one down a little bit too much for him there. Big first serve to start here at 40-30. Just like that, from 40 love to deuce. This would be a tough one to overcome here if he loses this one.
Oh, beautiful finish there. I like that response, getting back to deuce, and quick aggressive point there from Reed to get it back to his ad.
Yeah, kind of on cue, right? That ability to focus at a little higher level when it mattered most after a couple of unforced errors. Here another chance to go up 5-3.
That's why he is where he is and why he's done so well in his career, just able to focus a little bit harder than his opponents in those crucial moments.
Who are some players that you've played over the years that you get a sense that, like, you know what, I'm hanging with him, and then all of a sudden they just seem to have that other gear? Are there a couple that come to mind?
I mean, I think just most of the top players, I'd say. I think that's why they're ranked so high, is they just have another level when it gets closer and later into the sets, for sure. On the men's and women's side, I'd say it
is typically, everybody talks about abilities, top 100 players, almost to a certain extent. Well, there's Reed with an attempt to get back to level on the let cord winners. He's still down one, but that's a big time for one right there.
Sure is. A bit of a laugh there from Pfeiffer, saying it's all right since I had a few already.
Overdue for one, right? There's the forehand that caught the net. Pfeiffer serving to stay in it.
Pfeiffer's been able to draw a few errors off of that Reed backhand return.
Yeah, I don't understand it. You know, you look at the serves that Pfeiffer's throwing in, and you see the backhands that Reed's been able to hit throughout the day, and you're like, I don't get it. I don't know why. I mean, and it's not like it's a miss where he's just a little wide or a little long. I mean, kind of bottom of the net, but doesn't seem to phase him much. Onward he goes. It's Pfeiffer back against the wall, who has the big backhand answer right there. Get himself.
I think it may have
been
a little bit wide.
Ah, we didn't get the call on
Barely.
that. Yeah, you're right. It is Reed 30-15, so as well struck as it was just wide. That's a slapped forehand long there from Reed to go to 30 all. play some tricks on some of these balls here. Wow, amazing backhand by Pfeiffer there out wide. No response from Reed. It's 40-30 Pfeiffer.
Great point there from both. You could definitely see the wind picking up in the middle of that point, and then Pfeiffer really getting a bit more work on that last backhand.
Pfeiffer with the touch. Reed answers with the slice down the line. Great acceleration in the chair by Reed, and then just knifes that backhand down the line to get it back to deuce.
Beautiful there.
Yeah. He got a good look here, got his engine started, ends up easily getting there.
Not a bad drop shot there.
No, not really at all. And here we are just like that. We're at a match point. That's how fast it can happen. Great get from Reed. Great backhand down the line, easy error from Pfeiffer, and now he's looking at a match point. And there it is. Gordon Reed, 6-4, 6-3 in the opening match here on center court of day number 1 of the NEC Singles Masters. And the longtime opponents shake hands, and it's Reed now with a 24-11 lifetime advantage over Pfeiffer. And we get a quick replay of match point. Reed pulling Pfeiffer out wide. Pfeiffer trying to defend and just sailing that ball a little bit wide with the wind blowing it out.
Kind of the story of the match there. Reed just a bit more aggressive, moving Pfeiffer a ton during this match.
Well, CC, that's going to wrap it up for us here today on the opening day of our competition. I'm going to head courtside to get a little interview in with our winner, Gordon Reed, but it's been a pleasure to share some time with you here today. And we'll look forward to seeing you as we go throughout the rest of the week when you can get a little time off to get in the booth with us.
Look forward to it, Paul. Thanks for having me.
Thanks so much. We'll see you in a little bit. Done, fella. I won't use that coaching advice I gave you earlier.
Yeah. That's what I was thinking during the match.
Yeah, I'm sure you can.
Thank you. Thanks.
See if Tom's with you? Does Brian have Tom's with you? No.
Thank you.
Okay. We're joined by opening round winner Gordon Reed here. Gordon, tell us a little bit about what it's like to be back in Orlando, participating in this NEC Singles Masters year-end event. Give us a little insight as to what it feels like to get through in your opening round match today.
Yeah, it's great to be back. Obviously a beautiful place, amazing facilities here. So to have the opportunity to play here when we missed it last year, we're really happy to be back. And yeah, glad to get the first win. It's been a few weeks since the last competitive match at the US Open, so a little bit rusty out there and pretty difficult conditions, a bit of wind and balls being churned up after 2 games, and so happy to get through in straight sets.
So what do you think was the difference today? I mean, was there anything in particular that stood out for you as the match kind of unfolded in the first set, a little bit back and forth, but then ultimately you get in the first set? Did you settle down after that and kind of take control a little bit, or was there any one thing that kind of stood out for you today?
I think in general the difference was probably just I was a little bit more consistent. Nico was coming out with some outrageous shots from really stretched positions, so when somebody's doing that you have to try and be patient, and I don't think I played my best aggressive tennis today, but I think I ground it out pretty well, so good things and a lot of things to improve on for the next match.
So this combined event here, you guys have typically past, sometimes it's a combined event where we do both the singles and doubles together, and sometimes they're separate events. Any preference on running these 2 events successively, doing the singles and doubles all in one, or having separate events? What's your feeling on that a little bit?
I think there's pros and cons for both. It's nice to have a lot of players here, a good buzz around the centre, so obviously that's better when you've got more players, so to have them combined is good for that. But it's more demanding on the body because it's 7 days, and it could be 10 matches. So it's a lot of matches in a short space of time. So yeah, I'm 30 now, so I'm getting older and getting on a bit. So maybe the older I get, the more rest I need. So maybe we can split it up again in the future.
Well, you got to compartmentalize that and put that into the wily old children, handle the heavier load, because you've learned over the years how to handle that heavy load. Well, congratulations today on getting through round number 1 of your round robin. Got a tough road ahead, of course, tough pool with your partner there, Alfie Hewitt, at the top of the rank there, but you'll give it your best. Look forward to seeing you in the doubles and the singles as we go out throughout the week, and wish you the best of luck throughout the rest of the competition.
Thanks, Paul.
Okay.
From home, like 2 hours. So it's not bad. Not bad. Drove in Friday night. Yeah. I think all the Americans are from what I know. I guess so. And then they put like Connor over there because I guess they figured I would drive him around. So it works out for them, I guess.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's not bad. I think because it's so new. I think it's only 2 or 3 years old, maybe. So it's there. Yeah, I've started to just, even if it's like something is basic, it's like a Best Western or something. If you get it brand new, it's gonna be pretty nice.
Yeah, because they figured out what people want.
Yeah.
Their necessities are, you gotta be able to plug your phone in, right? So, Justin was saying where
Yeah, I saw like where the hotel restaurant area or something. It was crazy. I saw cops were there and everything. Yeah.
they couldn't even eat there because it was away.
Yeah, I did like an hour and a half or something. We went pretty early. I think we went at like 5:36 around there. We didn't go eat on that little area. We went to the canvas place. Yeah, that was really good. That was the first time I was there.
We went there last time we were here, and so nice.
Yeah, I know, especially like on that lake.
On that lake.
It's really nice.
We were trying to go there for breakfast, but they didn't open. They had that.
Yeah, you gotta do it. It's pretty good. They make good food too.
Yeah. Yeah.
Especially now because you can kind of eat outside, like everything. It's pretty beastly hot.
Yeah.
Is Wichita cold now? Has it gotten?
It's like the low was 40 and it was threatening.
Okay.
So, but during the day,
Okay.
it could be almost 70s, yeah. But I had to bring my coat in. It's getting dangerous. Yeah. Wow.
In general?
I actually got stuff to do. I got the pasta. And it was pretty good compared to the other.
It's actually a restaurant attached to the door.
I think it's the same thing as always. There's no difference. So I'd recommend going out without a campus.
I remember
You're not
last
getting
time.
vouchers. Go somewhere else.
Like,
Especially for the cost. Like, you get Beach Tennis or something. Much better.
Yeah. I definitely think that
it's different.
this is the best thing.
Yeah, I think me and Connor are going to plan to go there. I think that'll be the spot.
stay hurt. She trains good and hard.
the wheel bag came a couple days before they got back.
Oh, right.
I was like, oh, your wheels are but yeah, so
And now it's just the suitcase.
No, and it had USA on the front.
and it's like they have a management guy that does small, that goes into our area for our area. He said, oh, this bag is like, so he just
or in or out rather more louder please.
Did you say that
You say nothing out or
if you can call the ball louder?
Very good. Out. 15, 40.
shirt on for the interview, or?
It's not as warm as one was.
It's not about whether you're warm or comfortable or not. It's just about whether, you know, it's the appearance
Like
thing.
to see me?
Exactly,
I
yeah.
can take it out. You
No,
know?
I know. I think for our viewers, I think.
Gustavo, congratulations on your opening round robin victory here against Mickey today. So give us some thoughts about being back in Orlando, Masters, singles, doubles, just what it feels like to be at this end of year event once again.
It feels great actually. I missed it last year. For us, it's always a very important tournament. It's the 5th Grand Slam. It's the toughest tournament on tour because you have to play everyone. And I really enjoy to be back here. So thank you everyone for having us. I think it's going to be a great year. So hopefully we bring a good show.
You mentioned the different format here. You kind of call this the 5th Masters. So it's a different format. How do you like the round robin format? Is it something that you feel like favors you, or is it something you'd rather not participate in? You prefer the direct, knockout draw kind of tournament? What is it that you like about this event?
I don't know if honestly, whatever the rules are, I will go play and try to do my best.
Right.
So if I have to play round robin, I'll try to do my best on round robin, and if I have to go straight up to fight, I'll do that. But yes, this kind of tournament gives you a little bit more time to get more rhythm and try to bring the best out of you. But it's always tough because it gets in a part of the year where we are not playing so many tournaments.
Right.
So we are not in that kind of rhythm. So you got to get it going through the tournament. So I think I'm off to a good start. I started a little bit slow at the beginning, but then I get the rhythm, and the striking was a lot better, and with that everything was going on my favor.
Okay, so tell us a little bit about what's going to happen after this tournament's over. It's the year end for you. Probably just going to pack it up and head back to Argentina immediately after the tournament, or you got other plans?
Not this time,
Really?
actually. I got married in February.
Yeah.
During coronavirus, so it wasn't the big ceremony as we were expected. We're going to have a big ceremony next month, but we're going to do the honeymoon first.
Awesome.
Here in Orlando, and then we go to the West Coast. So it's going to be fun. But first, of course, for me, it's very important this week. So I'll try to think first, do my best here, and then enjoy.
So take care of business here, and then take care of business on the honeymoon?
Yes.
Is that what I'm hearing?
Yes.
All right.
It is what
Excellent.
it is.
I like it.
Yeah,
Good luck to you the rest of the tournament, and thanks for sharing a couple thoughts with us today.
Thank you.
Nice work, fella. Always a pro's pro. You the man. All right, welcome back to our coverage of the Wheelchair Tennis Masters 2021, and we are going to pick up right here on center court with our first look at the ladies today. We have world number 1, Dita de Groot, and world number 8, Dana Matthewson. Both of these ladies quite familiar with one another. Getting a quick shot there of U.S. number 1 and world number 8, Dana Matthewson. 30-year-old player, currently training out of Lake Nona, Florida. And her opponent needs no introduction. She is the world number 1. She is the Golden Slam recipient. Not recipient, she earned it. She won all 4 Grand Slams this year. She won a gold medal in Tokyo at the Paralympic Games, and she is now looking to defend her Masters title that she earned back in 2019. And there is a reason why she's number 1 in the world and a reason why she won the Golden Slam. She is the best player in the world. And that is no slight on anybody else that lines up across the net from her. It just is all about complimenting Dita de Groot and how tremendous she has become in the women's game. And this tournament is hers to lose. But stepping up against her today is U.S. number 1 and world number 8, Dana Matthewson. These two have had some fairly recent history as they played each other at the BNP Paribas World Team Cup just about a month ago in Sardinia. It was de Groot with a straight set victory over Matthewson, 6-1, 6-3. And then earlier in the year, another straight set victory over Dana, 6-1, 6-0 at the British Open. But this can be a very competitive matchup. Dana, one of the few players on the tour that matches up physically with Dita, hits as big a ball, can do some of the things that Dita can do. But overall, Dita, the more complete package, just a little bit more firepower, a little bit more consistent. You just start adding up all those little advantages that she has in all those departments, and you produce world number 1. So having just watched Gustavo Fernandez defeat Takiya Miki of Japan, we'll now transition into the ladies. And it's going to be Dita de Groot to serve. on a beautiful Sunday afternoon as we approach 2 o'clock on the eastern coast of the United States, closer to 8 o'clock in the evening in Europe. So a little bit of Sunday evening tennis for you if you're listening back home. Conditions are quite nice temperature-wise. Sun is shining, it's bright, it's warm, but it is breezy. We did see a little bit of that in both of the first matches with the men. A little bit of impact on the match, but ultimately it's the player who either utilizes the wind or doesn't let it bother him the most that tends to come out ahead. As a reminder, the women's format, very similar to what we described with the men. This is pool play, Dita being the top seed in Pool A, and Dana being the 4th seed in Pool A. And so they will play each other here. And then tomorrow, Otani versus Monjane, it'll be Otani versus the winner of this match. Otani having defeated Kotsel Monjane of South Africa earlier today in this pool play. Opening point to Groot on the return to serve error from Matthewson. And the 1-2 punch from Dita with the serve and the follow-up forehand winner, and off to a quick 30-love lead. Double fault by Groot gives Matthewson her first point of the day. She'll take it. Always nice to get the first one under your belt. Try to build from there. Great return by Matthewson there, using the line, stretching Groot out on the forehand side. We're at 30 all. Matthewson into the top 10 this year, solidly into the top 10 for the first time, where she's kind of hanging around in that top 10. She's touched in there a time or two in the past, but right now kind of solidifying herself as one of the top 10 players in the world. Look to improve upon that, inch your way closer towards, say, a top 5 position. Groot, unquestioned world number 1 right now, and up 40-30 in her opening service game. Great first serve by Dita up the tee, gets the weak reply, and then does everything she's supposed to do with the cleanup on the forehand winner for an opening hold and up 1-love. Shifting now to the Matthewson service game. Be important for Dana to try to kind of keep things close early and not let Dita get separated early in this set or any part of this match. I think when and if Dana can keep this close, serves her well, starts to make Dita think a little bit. Pressure squarely on Matthewson now to match that hold. Attacking the Groot backhand might prove to be a bit of an issue, because I think that is the strongest side. I mean, she's equally strong, but I would say if I had to pick one that I wanted to fight against, I would fight against her forehand versus fighting against her backhand. Certainly the attacks should continue to come on the forehand side from Matthewson. Groot, as confident as she is on both sides, completely prefers, in my opinion, the backhand side. Unforced error there by Matthewson gives de Groot a quick 30-love lead here in Matthewson's opening service game. Double fault by Matthewson puts her in an early significant hole here. Love 40 on her opening service game. Haven't been too many players on the women's tour that have been able to push de Groot. Kamiji, number 2 in the world, clearly solidified as number 2 in the world, has been the one player that's continued to kind of push Dita to higher heights, but still has yet to really be able to break through against her. She is the last player to have a win over de Groot, coming earlier in the year down in Australia. But since then, Dita has been in an absolute roll, both figuratively and literally, blowing through everybody in the women's draw. Seldom losing a set, and really just kind of looking the part of a world number 1. So up to Matthewson now to answer. Get on the board here for the first changeover. Great shot there on the return. Matthewson evens it up at 15 all. A little surprised in the first point. Matthewson kind of caught off guard after the let court. Didn't think de Groot was going to get it. Left the court unattended. De Groot did indeed get it. Friendly planes goes overhead for the first time during a de Groot service game, maybe disrupted her slightly. Leads to the double fault, and it's Matthewson with a slight opening here in the de Groot second service game. Probably one of the areas that Matthewson can look to get a little bit of an advantage. Dita occasionally has some struggles on her serve, but Dana's going to get some good looks on returns. If she can hit some spots to start points off with returns, she can stay in control of a few points here. The unforced errors going to be difficult to overcome here. And with that, it's 30 all. Great deep and high return from Matthewson there. De Groot chooses to play it on the half bounce. Dumps it in the net, and here's a break opportunity for Matthewson, and one she's going to have to take advantage of, especially if she's able to get some looks at some second serves. With that, de Groot puts a great first serve in. Big answer by Matthewson off the backhand side, and she's on the board with de Groot on the changeover, up 2-1, but big positive game for Matthewson there to get on board, settle the nerves down, and make a match of it. Both players very quiet, very focused on the changeover, trying to get into routines, trying to quiet minds, trying to have game plans in their head, trying to simplify all the things that they've talked to their coaches about. Now it's just a matter of putting it into practice and executing in the key moments. And that's probably where Dita has separated herself from the pack. The ability to execute in the key moments repeatedly is kind of what separated her from the rest. Has gotten her to the pinnacle of the women's game. Great targeting by Matthewson with the serve, then the forehand into the corner. Easy winner. Looks easy. A little more difficult than that when you have to actually execute, but nicely done by Dana. Looking to get her first hold of the day and get this match evened up at 2 games all. Important for Matthewson to have a pretty high first serve percentage here today. Dita getting a lot of looks at second serves will not bode well for Dana, and Dana doing a nice job here in this second service game of hers. Putting some good first serves in, forcing Dita into a few more difficult returns, and then Dana having the goods to back it up with some really well struck balls after that. Groot just a little bit out in front of that one, little bit mishit. Now gives Matthewson 3 looks at a hold. Double fault freebie keeps the Groot alive here. Matthewson still in charge, 40-15. But even there, those are opportunities that you don't want to give Dita any foothold whatsoever in any games. Her ability to kind of just go on a run, string together some winners, or play an incredible defensive point keeps the pressure on any opponent all the time. So any opportunities any player gets to close out and get a game, critical that they put the hammer down. And there's Dita putting the hammer down on that forehand. Dana not doing enough with that forehand, kind of leaving that neutral ball just too dead in the middle of the court. Dita knowing exactly what to do with it. And now pressure starting slightly to shift back to Dana Matthewson here. Still up 40-30, looking to get this game under her belt and get this match squared up at 2-all. Great ball by Matthewson deep into the corner. The Groot gives it a look, knows that it's in, no response. Matthewson on the board with a critical hold to get it to 2-all. And that's the kind of response she's going to need to have today. And those are the shots that she's going to need to hit and fully capable of hitting. Beautiful length on that backhand right there. Great depth, great location, and 2-all. Return a serve, gets de Groot on the board here, game 5, first point. So much pressure on any of these opponents against Dida de Groot to just, not have to play a perfect match, but as near perfect as you can. Free points when you get looks at a ball, stuff on your racket. Just can't be misses, and that's another example right there. That's a forehand that Dana just cannot afford to give the free point away. Dida's so capable of earning points on her own that anytime she's able to get freebies, just compounds the problem of having to get through her. And just like that, with another first serve in, she roars off to a 40-love lead herself. So far, a pretty big-time response to the Matthewson 2-game momentum swing. Dina baseline to baseline there. Great depth on that forehand. Easy finish. Up 3-2. Holds. Everybody's settled in now. Quick update on a couple of other matches going on in the women's singles. Aniek van Koot versus Zhen Zhu from China. Aniek from the Netherlands. Aniek up 1-0. And in the quad round robins, it's two Americans. David Wagner versus Brian Barton, with David Wagner having taken the first set 6-2. And as mentioned here, the match we're following on center court, bringing you live coverage of, it's Dida Groot, world number 1, up 3-2 over world number 8 and the 7th seed here in the tournament, Dana Matthewson. As a reminder, this is the third match that we'll be covering here on center court today, and we'll have one more after this with a quad round robin singles match with Sam Schroeder, the number 1 seed, versus Yamanitu Silva from Brazil. And so don't go anywhere. We got a long way to go in this match here in the opening match of the round robin portion of the ladies singles. We will have one more match of coverage here on center court for the day after this match is over. Don't go anywhere. We'll see if the string of 2-game runs continues. It was 2 games to start for de Groot. Then it was Matthewson answering to get it to 2-all. And now de Groot getting her hold to go up 3-2 and see if she can back that up with a break of serve. Matthewson up against it to try to get it to 3-all. There's that de Groot backhand, just too good. Matthewson hitting a couple of really good shots into the teeth of that de Groot backhand, and de Groot just having the response right here, lining that up. Flick of the wrist, comes around ready to take on the next ball. If it even comes back, it doesn't. And just like that, it's de Groot 30-love. Here looking to widen her lead here in the opening set. Matthewson looking to go toe-to-toe there, backhand to backhand with de Groot, just missing that one long. And just like that, it's de Groot with 3 break points. And there it is. So Dita de Groot fist pump and a 4-2 lead in the opening set of this women's round robin. And there's the 2-game momentum swing back in the favor of de Groot. Now it's on the shoulders of Matthewson to get back in the fight. That's a good start right there. The big forehand up the line, return a serve winner. Matthewson fully capable of that, just needs to get and stay focused and continue to make shots. Not leave balls center cut like that where de Groot can just inside out a forehand for an easy winner. One of the things we'll see here with Dita de Groot plays similarly in a lot of ways to Gustavo Fernandez, likes to establish that baseline, likes to get up on top of it and almost play like an able-bodied player, recover when necessary, but stay right there and just slug it out and dictate. Defend where necessary and just get tighter and tighter on that baseline and continue to pound away while everybody else is trying to defend. In the women's game, nobody's had the answer for that. She's too strong, physically just too dominating on the court. And now 40-15 for de Groot with a chance to go up 5-2. And this is where it's psychologically just difficult for players when you're up against somebody who's had such an incredible run like Dita has had this year. And well, quite frankly, prior to this year, she's been the cream of the crop here for a number of years. Since taking the reins from fellow countrywoman Jiska Griffion, who won gold in Rio. It's been all Dita de Groot as she's established herself as the top player in the world, another Dutch champion on the cusp of just making herself another historic player. A long line of great Dutch champions we've seen in the past. 5-2 de Groot on the changeover. Right now, Dana's just got to be telling herself, keep pounding first serves. Any good look that you get, keep pounding forehands, keep pounding backhands. Got to get on the offensive, got to make Dita uncomfortable, got to get Dita off that baseline. These are all the thoughts that probably should be going through Dana's head, but when you're down 5-2 to world number 1, sometimes it's tough to get those good thoughts in your head, but she looks pretty composed. Right now, it's got to get down to business. Imperative to keep the energy high, keep the positivity high. That's your only answer against this player right now. It's going to take massive focus, massive efforts for anybody right now to beat her. Nice job by Dana there, getting that ball up high on the de Groot forehand side. Dita coming over the top and dropping that in the net. right there. Doesn't look like much, but it's just too powerful with the amount of spin and the amount of action that it has after it hits the court and just takes off and just explodes. And it's just really the big weapon that Dita's been able to develop over the course of the years. Again, and a couple of the things that's helped separate her from the rest of the tour. Nice out wide serve, forces the return of serve error there. Matthewson's going to have to continue to pull de Groot out wide on the deuce side, on the forehand side. Probably her best chance tactically as to where to open up some opportunities against de Groot. Dana did everything right there, and that just goes to show you the margin of error and how thin it is right there. Hits a great serve, gets a ball through the middle on the return, doesn't do enough with it, strikes a good ball, doesn't get it far enough away to de Groot, and de Groot answers big through the middle, tying Matthewson up, getting it back to 30-all. Typically one shot, not enough to get through de Groot, unless it's exceptional. That's tough to continue to string together. Usually it's going to take 2 to 3 very good shots in order to force de Groot out of position. Keeping the ball in the center of the court right there, just not enough. Dita too good at moving the ball out of the center, especially on the backhand side. Gets over the top of it, gets out ahead of it early, goes cross court, stays a little bit back on it, drives it up the line. Kind of stuck in the middle trying to defend both, not capable. And here it is with de Groot 40-30 and a chance to get one set to love under her belt. And there's that nice serve by Matthewson out wide, but right into the teeth of the beast right there, which is Dita de Groot's backhand. She knows exactly what she wants to do with that ball each and every time. And with that, de Groot 6-2 first set. Very comfortable. Good fight early in the beginning of that set there from Matthewson to get it back from 2-love to 2-all. But from that point on, all de Groot. All right, important for Matthewson to get off to a decent start here in the opening of this second set. Cannot let de Groot just steamroll right here. Grab the momentum she gained from the first set and just continue to roll through it. Don't break any rhythm. Dana's got to do something to disrupt Dita right now. And it's got to happen soon. Can't let her get into this set, get deep, get comfortable. It's right here, right now. Needs to be an uptick in energy. Needs to be an uptick in execution. And these are all big asks, but that's what it takes to beat world number 1. Anywhere, on any tennis court, UNIQLO Tour, WTA, ATP, you want to beat world number 1, you got to bring it. There's the tactic right there, that repeated assault on the forehand side of de Groot. And that's the plan. Break that side down if you want to have any chance at all against Dita de Groot. Dita going big on the second serve there, just missing the mark, giving the free point to Matthewson. This would be pretty critical here if she could get the early break, get that first game on her side. Continue to help her believe that she belongs here. Stay in this fight early. There it is right there. Great aggression there by Matthewson with the strong return, forcing the error off the racket of Groot on the backhand side. Rushing her a little bit. That's what it takes. And the error there gives Matthewson game one of the second set. And just the momentum that she desperately needs. Make this a fight. Now she's got to back it up with good energy on the change over there by Dana. Dita fully aware that she does not want to allow Dana to get dug into this set at all. So she'll be on point here with this return game. But Dana has the answer with that big first serve. Gaining confidence right now, coming off that break. Playing pretty loose right now, playing pretty confidently. Loose in that good loose way, not good in that taking points off, playing that point loose bad way. There's good loose and bad loose. Right now Dana's on the good loose train. And there it is. Get a little come on from Matthewson there. Kind of feeling it. Doing a nice job of managing tempo here. Not too fast, not too slow. Yeah, that's just a ball that cannot be missed in that moment right there. Dita makes a bad mistake. Almost thinks like she was trying a drop shot and then just got caught too late and couldn't execute it. Leaves that ball sitting on the Matthewson forehand, and instead of 40 love, 30-15. Those are the little moments right there that make the difference. See how critical that ends up being. Kind of a rare and easy unforced error there by Groot. She is human, capable of making them, and here it is with Matthewson up 40-30 and a chance to go up 2 love. Second set. Playing with the lead. Big difference psychologically for her. Dita rolls a ball into the corner, and there's the difference. Sometimes when you're world number one, things just continue to drop and go your way. You almost make your own luck. Dana can't be deterred by that. Got to continue to put the hammer on. Got to continue to be aggressive. Got to continue to press. Dina just barely getting out of the way of that one. Maybe 1 point away from just getting on the board here. Opportunities presented themselves for Matthewson here in this second game, second set. Just cannot, almost cannot allow yourself to squander any opportunities that you create for yourself. It's like almost have to take advantage of every one of them. One of the longer points of the rally and favors Matthewson in the end with the Groot forehand flying long. And here it is, back to deuce. Get the sense right now that if Dana could really start to string together some good swings here, that Dita is a little bit off, certainly not on A game, and that's the kind of day that you need to catch a world number one. Typically at tournaments, those kind of players get a couple matches under their belts, and just become better and better and stronger and more confident. Catch them early. There's your opportunity. Easy forehand winner there for the Groot. There's the forehand that Matthewson needs to hit deep and strong on the cross court into the de Groot forehand. De Groot on the run, forcing the error. And there it is. Mathewson will take it and take a 2-love lead here in the second set. Needed a Groot 6-2 in the first. And with that hold, great momentum swing for Dana Matthewson here. Needs to keep the foot on the gas. Dana might have gotten away with one there, but you got to take it. Nice second serve there by Dita de Groot, stretching Matthewson out wide. Big return there for Matthewson to get it to 15 all. Type of shots that she needs to be hitting today, capable of, and needs to repeat. That will keep the pressure squarely on de Groot. Just a little out of position there with the chair. Just a little overextended. Tries to stay aggressive. Instead produces the error. It's just a chair thing, not a swing thing right there. Missed returns, double faults. You can tell the group not on her A game right now at all. And these are the moments when players have an opportunity to sneak up on somebody like the world number one. Go get yourself a set and force this into a third. Great return there by Dana Matthewson, and she is doing what she needs to do right now. Chance here now to go up 3-love. Finds the mark on that return, and there it is. Dana Matthewson currently on a roll and up 3-1, coming around on the changeover. Great energy and in a great position. Got the world number one a little bit on her heels. All right, second set action. Ladies, opening round robin action here on day number one of the Wheelchair Tennis Masters NEC singles portion right now. And it's world number one Dita de Groot, up a set but down 3-love to world number 8 Dana Matthewson, number one player in the U.S. Matthewson been looking quite strong here in the second. De Groot a little bit uncharacteristically off. We'll see how much longer this run continues here. This is the opportunity that a player like Matthewson or anybody else on the tour needs against a player like de Groot. An opening, and then when you get it, you gotta thrust right on through there. Break through and continue to go. Don't let her back in it. Another unforced error by de Groot. And you can tell that she is out of rhythm, off her game, not in sync. You know, all the things that she typically sees in her opponents on the other side of the net, now on her side of the net and in her court. How does she respond? You can see herself trying to pump herself up, trying to stay aggressive, doing the right thing. Just a matter of whether Matthewson lets her in the door. Matthewson finds the line, continuing to attack on the forehand side. The backhand finds it, and now on her service game, up 3-love, serving 30-love, continuing to look like she belongs here and is wanting to stick around, force this to 3. .40-love, Matthewson. And there it is. The head down and the energy and the body language not looking good for Dita de Groot right now. Been a while since she's been in a position like this. Not in jeopardy of losing the match yet, but certainly in jeopardy losing this set, losing it badly. Dana Matthewson looking outstanding as she roars out to a 4-love lead here in the second set. Groot looking a little rushed right now. Rushed through that first point with the double fault. Just can't seem to get things dialed in right now. That's going to just continue to defend and stay in points. Dita going to swing her way out of this one way or the other. Either she gets back into it with some big aggressive swings, or she stays off the mark and Matthewson gets a second set. Dana just a little late on that backhand down the line. You can see de Groot just upping her intensity just a little. The swings are a little bit more aggressive, going for a little bit bigger target, but staying aggressive, doing the right thing. Battling back here, 30-15, staying aggressive on the serve. Don't think she's fully convinced that she's back yet, though. And there it is. Again, looked a little quick, looked a little rushed there. Now, 30 all here. Matthewson with the inside out, jammed forehand, blocked down the line, winner for 40-30. Sometimes when it's going good, it just continues to go good. Just like for Dita, when it's going bad, you can't get a control of it. Here now a second serve for Matthewson to go up 5 games to love. And an absolute bomb of a second serve from Groot to get it to deuce. And if that's what it takes, wow. Dana's got to clap hands a little bit on that. But tough to continue that level all day. Backhand just misses the mark there from Matthewson. And now it's Groot with a chance to hold. Kind of settle things down despite the fact that she'd still be down 4-1. I think at this point she's looking to take anything she can get just to get things settled a little bit. Just as aggressive as she was on that last second serve that earned her that deuce point, she gives an aggressive second serve double fault back to Matthewson. And we go back and forth once again to deuce. Once again, it's a Matthewson finding the court with that forehand return. Up the line, good depth, gets Groot stretched out. No response. And once again, Matthewson looking at a point for 5 love. Matthewson going big and aggressive on that second serve return, doing the right thing, forcing the error and putting herself in command of this second set. 5 games to love. Very impressive run here by Dana Matthewson. Full commitment right there from Dana Matthewson on that second serve return. Sensed the moment, sensed an opportunity, did not back down from it, fully embraced it. And now serving for the second set. And a couple other matches updated out on court number 2 and court 3. It was David Wagner over Brian Barton, 6-2, 6-1 in their opening round of the quad singles. And in the women's opening round robin, Aniek van Koot for the Netherlands against Zhenzhen Zhu from China. And it's a pretty convincing 6-2, 6-2 win for Van Koot. But right here on center court, we've got an interesting one brewing with Dita Groot up 1 set but down 5 games to love against U.S. number 1, world number 8, Dana Matthewson serving for the set. She's going to have quite a number of looks. Dita's just going to swing her way into this set or out of it and start fresh in the third, but I don't think that she's going to try to play patty cake with Dana. She's going to go all out and try to find her game. Matthewson doing the right thing by continuing to pour first serves in up to Groot to have the answers she does on that particular return. Blast that one through the middle, just kind of ate Matthewson up. And there it is. The Matthewson assault on the forehand side continues to pay dividends. 30-15 for Groot. Lengthy exchange there. Ultimately, it's the Matthewson backhand that breaks down just a little and flies long. And Groot now with 2 break chances here to get on the board in the second, but a long way to go with Matthewson up 5 games to love. And there's the break. And there's Groot on the board. I'd say this is the game right here for Matthewson. Gets the break right here, or Groot gets a hold, and then things start to get a little interesting again. Even despite the fact that it would only be 5-2, I think right now is the moment for Matthewson. Groot still coming off of inability to hold serve. A little shaky on the serve. And there's why this is the opportunity for Matthewson. Greater likelihood of getting a freebie. Going to get some good looks at some second serves. She makes the first strike, puts Dita in trouble. I think her chances of breaking to hold out or close out this second set are greater than her holding to do it. She knows she missed one there. Had a good look at that serve. Good swing, good look. 15 all, she knows it with a smile on her face. And there it is, once again, Dita on the retreat, rolling over the top of that forehand. Matthewson inching closer to a second set victory here, forcing a third. Big backhand by Dita de Groot, staving off one set point. Dana stringing together a couple of really nice shots there to force de Groot into having to hit that winner off the backhand side. Still set point for Matthewson. De Groot up to the challenge there. Bit of wind at her back, gets the forehand winner, gets it to deuce. For the moment, set points eliminated again. Another double fault from de Groot gives Matthewson another set point. Look for Matthewson to pounce on this second serve, much like she did in the last. She goes big. And there it is, set number 2, Dana Matthewson, 6-1. We're going to a third set here. World number 1, Dita de Groot, 6-2 in the first, with an amazing answer from Dana Matthewson in the second, 6-1, forcing our first third set match of the tournament. Nice deep high ball there, forcing the error. Confident Matthewson heading over to the sideline with a set in her pocket. And now trying to think about what it's going to take to get the third set and get a victory over world number 1, Dita de Groot. Probably the same combination of things that it took in the second. Dita a little off. Dana finding her range, hitting her shots, hitting the marks, making the targets that she's capable of making but needs to make. Continuing to be high percentage in her service games and to strike first and early on her return games. And here we go, third and final set. World number 1, Dina Groot versus world number 8, Dana Matthewson. Opening round of the round-robin competition of the Wheelchair Tennis Masters, sponsored by NEC. Matthewson to serve in the third set, having just secured the second set decisively 6-1. Matthewson able to play with the lead throughout the entirety of the second set. We'll see if she can get off to that same kind of start here in the third. There, Dina not doing enough that return, and Dana staying on her A game, cleaning that mistake up by de Groot, pounding the forehand winner into the open court. There it is, calmly, coolly, and quite easily executed that. Our stats department has just informed us that, or me, that this is the first set that Dina has lost at the Masters since 1917. 2017, correction. 1917 would have been a long time ago. She ain't been around that long. But 2017, she was one here in 27, 18, and 19. But that's the first set since 17. It's an impressive run and an impressive job by Dana Matthewson to go ahead and get that set from world number 1. Looking to keep things tight right here. Early momentum probably critical for either one of these players here in the third set. Either one of them can establish it squarely. Would bode well for them. Errant backhand by de Groot gives Matthewson a chance for an early hold and to indeed establish that early momentum, which is so critical here in the third. And there's the error by de Groot. Matthewson holding the course, staying in the fight here and getting the early momentum on her side with a hold to go up 1-love in the third. Matthewson doing everything correct right now, making good decisions, executing, not playing out of her mind by any means, just playing solid tennis. Not like it's one of these players that just gets on a hot streak sometimes. This is just well executed run of good quality tennis. And there's been one of the Achilles heels for the Groot today, that inability to kind of get a rhythm on her serve, to kind of keep herself in line on her service games. Too many free points for Matthewson. And Matthewson taking advantage of every one of these opportunities, to her credit, not missing these opportunities. Only getting more and more confident as this match continues to unfold. Another double fault here confirms that de Groot is struggling mightily on the serve. Go big and high from that position there, and well behind the baseline. Still 30 all. Dita continuing to pump herself up, try to get this thing going in her favor here a little bit. Continuing to do everything necessary to get her ship on course. Big second serve there by de Groot. Not backing off, continuing to stay aggressive. Now de Groot with a chance to hold and even this up in the third. Lack of acceleration there on that second serve from Dita de Groot. Produces the double fault in the net. Pressure continues to stay on her shoulders. She continues to have to fight her way through every service game. Missed return there gives de Groot another add point, another chance to even things up at one. Maybe finally just settle down a little bit. I think if she can get to even after that kind of significant beatdown she took in the second set, if she can get things even here in the third, she might settle down. Dana goes up 2-love. Could be a good day in the Matthewson camp. The serve struggles continue. Just for every time that she kind of gets herself pumped up, she just shoots herself in the foot. And the dejection just comes back around. Don't know what the number is of double faults today, but it's a big number. Groot clearly showing some frustration. Not being in a position like this for a long time. Missed opportunity there by Matthewson. Got a good look at the backhand return, just a little too late. Not quite as aggressive and out in front as she needed to be. We're back to deuce again. Groot sprays another backhand, and you get Dita de Groot missing badly on backhand swings. You know you're in a good position. Typically a shot that she does not miss often. Certainly not by that big a stretch. Seems to be forehand finds the back of the baseline. Matthewson not quite up to the task. Leads it out a little wide. We're back to deuce again. Starting to get into one of those games that's a significant momentum swinger. Beautifully played by Dana Matthewson. Some great defensive shots by Dina de Groot, but Dana in control the majority of that point, finishing up nicely, giving herself a chance now again with an add point to go up 2-love here in the third. Just missed on the cross-court backhand this time. It's early in the third, but you could start to, I mean, I'm right here on the court, start to feel the tension building. It's not like these games are just clipping off. Each point seems to be taking on its own weight. Matthewson stopping the chair in the back there. I think that's what got a little out of rhythm on that stroke. Came to the complete stop, tried to muscle that backhand up just to keep in rhythm. The Groot finding the serve, but not finding the forehand. Back to deuce. Pressure continues to build here on center court for both of these players. Matthewson having a good line on that backhand. In a good position on the court. Tries to go aggressive line, just too late. To Groot with a chance for a hold. On the 15th double fault of the match. Proves to be a bad one here again for Dina de Groot. Continues to struggle. Every time it looks like she might get things under control. Just gone again, like the wind. Backhand slice from de Groot finds the net, and it's advantage Matthewson one more time here for 2-love. And the momentum here in the third set, up against the world number 1. Clearly off her game today. Opportunity presenting itself for the American. And there it is. The break and 2-love for Dana Matthewson. And a frustrated Dita de Groot. Lost 8 out of the last 9 games. Great return by de Groot there. The Matthewson serve. Dita still looking like she's not certain that her game has come around yet. She's going to need to string a couple of games together. Typically for her, it's a few points here and there off, but right now it's been coming in big chunks. Matthewson staying on the attack there, doing a nice job of sticking with her game plan, forcing the forehand error from de Groot. 15-all. Very composed Dana Matthewson right now, doing a nice job of controlling the tempo of the match. Taking the time that she needs here, not rushing. Good command of both sides of her ground game. Tactical shift from de Groot right here. Clearly throws a couple of off-pace balls just up to the center of the court, totally looking to disrupt the Matthewson rhythm. And that particular point, mission accomplished. We'll see if that tactical approach is something she continues to stick with. Again, desperately trying to get herself pumped up here. Possible her whole world could settle down if she could just get over to the changeover down 2-1. And the double fault by Matthewson gives de Groot a couple of looks at a break and a chance to get over on that changeover. Only down 1 game, having been struggling for so long. Aggressive swing by de Groot is long. And it's Matthewson here looking now to serve to try to get it to deuce. Continuing to make de Groot hang out here. Linger. Once again, Dana Matthewson showing some incredible heart. Just going toe-to-toe with world number 1 right there and winning the battle. Staying in the fight. Maybe one of the longest, if not the longest point, even in fast motion. That's a long point. Great chair skills there, showing great discipline. Well-earned point to get it back to deuce. Just can't catch up to that one. And to Groot once again, the chance to get a game. And there it is. There's the de Groot break of serve to get on the board here in the third set. But it's still Dana Matthewson up 2-1, looking every bit the part of belonging out here today. In a good mental zone, physically capable, mentally very focused, very under control. One of the great opportunities of her career right now, pushing world number 1 in the third set. Here's the test right here. De Groot struggling for all of the second set and the early going of the third here on her service games. Can she get back-to-back games after the break? This continues to be the one area of her game that she has not been able to get under control today. Finds the mark with the forehand. Matthewson got to be wary of not giving the free points here. Stay aggressive. Stay on the attack. That's what got you here. Yeah, not give freebies. Last 2 return of serves just like that. And just like that, it's 40 love for de Groot on her serve. Looking to get it evened up at 2-all here in the third. Matthewson going corner to corner, pushing de Groot around, not allowing her to get set up like she likes to. Center of the court, forcing her to push, forcing her to get stretched out on both sides. That's what Dana needs to continue to do here today. it is, another error by de Groot. Matthewson winning the majority of the longer points, longer rallies, about 50-50 on the short ones. Matthew's been better in the long exchanges throughout the entirety of the second set, here early on in the third. And just like that, from a 40-love lead on her serve, looking like she might finally get an easy hold. 3 points in a row, and it's de Groot now deuce and back to questioning. Matthewson got a good look at the forehand, even though it was a first serve. Just a little too aggressive there. That's a bit of a backbreaker there. Matthewson in control, has the big offensive opportunity, misses it. Groot floats one over her head, and now knotted it 2-all. Maybe a little bit of the monkey off de Groot's back, having finally gotten a hold. Slight pressure shifting over to Matthewson here to hold now and stay ahead. Critical in this set for her to keep the lead. I think if de Groot gets over the top and gets the lead again, she'll loosen up, play like the champion that she is. Backhand finds the tape there on the net. Early point to de Groot here. Critical game 5 of the third set. Forehand flies long for de Groot, 15-all. Matthewson has to be communicating positive thoughts about staying on that game plan, attacking that de Groot forehand as often as possible. Got to get there. That's too loosely played by Matthewson. Against the wind, should not have had to reach for that ball at the end. That one's going to come back to bite her. Total control of that point right there. And again, on the backhand side, de Groot just a little bit stronger, just able to extend out a little bit better, a little bit more balanced. Fights one off. Dana with a good serve out wide. De Groot, no answer. Well, now 30 love, but what could have been 40-15 had Matthewson won that point before. Did a nice job of letting it go and getting that serve in. And here it is with de Groot, the chance now to get up on top for the first time in a long time since she sealed the first set 6-2. It's been all Matthewson, but right now, table's so slightly starting to turn. But another error off the return keeps Matthewson in the hunt here. Back to deuce one more time. Forehand long, and once again de Groot with the chance advantage. Matthewson been serving well on the ad side. De Groot struggling with the returns. And the over-aggressive forehand there by Matthewson gives de Groot the 3-2 lead, and the first lead she's seen in well over an hour. All right, Matthewson first out of the break, coming around on the turn. Down 3-2, but right in the fight here in the third against world number 1, de Groot. We'll see if the back and forth continues. We'll see if de Groot can get her service game in order. A lot of questions yet to be answered here in the third. Those missed returns right there. Those are the ones that Dana was not making in the second set. Wasn't having to come up with spectacular shots, but was relentlessly good. Matthews does a nice job of walking around to get the forehand inside the baseline. He's able to pound the forehand down the line for the winner to get it to 15 all. Second error off the deuce side return to serve. Those are the ones that are going to allow de Groot to settle down here and recognize if I can just put serves in, maybe I can get some free points. Dana keeps making those returns, keeps the pressure on de Groot. Another return to serve error. Like that, the points are kind of coming a little quicker. And now it's 2 points for de Groot with a chance to go up 4-2. And a big first serve from de Groot. Easiest hold she's had in a long time, and now in command of the third set, 4-2. And it almost starts to feel like a critical service hold for Matthewson right now. start for Matthewson with the first serve. Got to keep those going. Got to hit locations. Got to force the Groot. Make good returns. Who can continue to be the one to apply the pressure here? And there's the nice cleanup by Matthewson. Strong and aggressive. Come on for 30 love. In it to win it right now. Nice point right there. It's this short ball, gets on the wheels. Gets that ball just in front of the service line. It's a good target. Earns her 30 love. Matthewson with a beautiful first serve, and de Groot with an equally beautiful return on the backhand down the line. Gets things to 30-15. Whichever player stays away from the free points down the stretch here will be the one to come away with the win. Double faults, missed returns, those are going to be the critical ones. Big forehand by Matthewson down the line there. Gets it to 40-30. Exactly what she needed at the exact time. Continuing to stay aggressive. Continuing to stay composed. Doing a nice job again. Controlling tempo. Great depth on the Matthewson forehand right there. Big hold. Keep this thing tight here in the third. Force de Groot to serve 4-3 up, but with a little bit more pressure on her back. 5-2 makes that service game just that much easier. 4-3, pressure squarely on the shoulders of the world number one, despite the fact that she has a lead. Great defense by Matthewson, just pushing that ball long. But certainly in the fight right now, you can see the energy. You can tell that it's there. You can tell that the desire is strong. And those are the missed ones. Those that I talked about earlier. Returns, double faults, free points. Allows Dee to just get more and more relaxed right there. Groot in command from start to finish on that point. Matthewson doing a good job to scramble, but not enough. And it's Groot out to a 40-love lead here, up 4-3. Finding the rhythm on her serve, which she's had mostly lost throughout the entirety of set 2, early parts of set 3. Right now, looks to be back on rhythm. 2 more points for Matthewson to attempt to get it back to deuce here. To 1 point for de Groot, and she's up 5 games, 3. De Groot doing a nice job of being offensive there, seizing control of that point, closing it out. And now Matthewson with the pressure of having to serve at 3-5 to stay in the match. Dean exploding on that, taking that forehand high, leaving no doubt there. That replay showing the determination with which she approached that point. Error by Matthewson. De Groot inches point by point closer to closing this thing out in the third. Late call by the chair umpire. Gets things to 15 all here. Matthewson serving 3 games, 5. Too much there. Too good, too high, too deep. And it's Matthewson 15-30. De Groot 2 points away. Great return by Dee off the backhand side, finds the angle, and now 2 match points on the Matthewson serve. And And de Groot leaves no doubt with the booming forehand winner off the return of serve. And it's Dita de Groot advancing in match play here in pool play against Dana Matthewson. 6-2, 1-6, 6-3. A rocky second set for de Groot. Great second set for Matthewson. But the world #1 advances. Pool play continues, of course. Great showing by Dana Matthewson. Should really embolden her for her future pool play matches. Give her great confidence going forward. She'll be playing Keiji Monjani tomorrow, while de Groot will be taking on Momoko Otani in the continuing round robin. We'll have a post-match interview with the winner, Dita de Groot, on court, and then we'll gradually transition into our final match of the day, quad singles, Sam Schroeder versus Yamanitu Silva of Brazil.
I mean, you know, for the next 15 seconds.
No, I gotta go down there and do it on court.
You got to deal. You got to deal with her now. Dita, I want to talk to you a little bit about today's match, but before I do, want to continue to congratulate you on what has been, you know, a remarkable year for you. And here we are at the year-end event, the Masters, the year-end. Maybe it wasn't the match you kind of anticipated from the start, but it got a little squirrely there for a while. How did you manage to settle things down in the third and kind of come out victorious here in the opening round robin portion?
I think I actually played really well in the first set, and I played how I wanted to play. And then in the second set, Dana just really stepped it up. She played really well. She hit the right shots at the right moments, and I think even though I let her a little bit, she really took it. So she did that really well, and then I guess I had to play just a little bit better.
Was there any time in the third there that you sensed the momentum kind of shifting back in your favor? Was there any critical moments that you can recall in the third where you're just like, hey, I think I've kind of come around the corner again here and I'm taking charge of this again? Yeah,
I think definitely after I was one love down, I sort of said to myself, you know what, you don't have a lot of chances. You need to take the ones that you're getting or having. And you need to work for them, and at that point I sort of started to relax a little bit more, so that helped me. Yeah, so relaxing was the key for you a little bit, yeah, not being so intense all the time. And yeah, I think the second set I relaxed a little bit too much, but then after like a set 6-1, when you lose a set 6-1, you do need to get that tense out of you, get that loss out of you, so you need to get sorted for the next set again. Okay, so moving forward now in the round robin portion, kind of excited to get this one under your belt, relax a little bit, go back to work, kind of continue to get these matches out of the way, but with your sights set on potentially a 4th Masters in a row, correct? Yeah, I'm definitely going to work for it really hard. I know each match is going to be like this. The level is really high, and everyone is really fighting for it. So it's going to be a tough one this year. Okay, well, we're going to wish you luck throughout the rest of the portion of the singles and the doubles portion of the competition. We got some great conditions here. You performed admirably today, so good luck on your quest for number 4 here in Orlando. Thank you very much. We'll see you a little bit later in the week. Bye-bye.
And we're back live at the USTA National Campus in Lake Nona, Florida, as we will wrap up our live coverage today of the Wheelchair Tennis Masters NEC Singles. And our final match today on center court will be between the Dutchman, Sam Schroeder, and Matthewson Silva of Brazil. Sam Schroeder comes in as the #1 seed, #2 in the world, with a career high of #2 in the world, and Matthewson Silva comes in currently ranked #9 in the world, career high #8. It's the 22-year-old Dutchman versus the 38-year-old Brazilian. Our final match of today, and we'll get into a little bit of their historic and career head-to-heads, of which there's not all that many, but Matthewson Silva to serve. Something we can expect to see a good portion of today will be the Schroeder topspin off both sides. The lefty very adept from the ground, both forehand and backhand, as we see the forehand winner find the line for a quick love 30 on the Silva serve. Serve low to the Schroeder backhand. One of the spots, if you can get it down low on Sam, tough for him to get that ball up and over the net, but gets above his wheels, he will light it up. Too good from Schroeder right there. Too much action on that forehand. No chance for Silva to track that down. So our first look today at members of the quad division. For those of you unfamiliar, quad division just requires an additional level of classification to get into the division, addressing some upper extremity impairments. And no impairment there on the Schroeder backhand as he gets the early break here and off to a 1-love start. So as mentioned, it's Sam Schroeder, 22, out of the Netherlands, and Matthewson Silva, 38-year-old from Brazil. Career head-to-head is in favor of Sam Schroeder, 3-1. The last head-to-head being this year at the BNP Paribas World Team Cup, with Schroeder coming out handily and convincingly 6-0, 6-2. Silva's win coming in 2018, his only win against Schroeder coming at the British Open in 2018 with a 6-2 win in the third set. Since then, it's been all Schroeder. Aggressive strike there on the return of serve by Silva gets him an early point here on the first Schroeder serve game. And the error there gets us to 15 all. Great speed right there from Schroeder to get up in almost inside the baseline. Help create a little angle for that forehand. Not laying back. Showing off some great chair skills. Classic lefty. Out wide serve to the ad side gives Schroeder a quick 40-15 lead on his opening service game. Silva misses the mark, and so it's Schroeder off to a quick 2-love lead. Only 2 matches left out here on the courts today. Currently, Koji Sugino of Japan up a set over Andy Lapthorne, tied 2-all in the second. And right here on center court, Sam Schroeder off to a 2-love lead over Yamanitu Silva. Silva currently having no answer for the Schroeder return to serve game. Great angle there by Silva, pulling Schroeder off the court. Sam going for the big one down the line, not finding it. Silva on the board here. Great serve. Out wide against the Schroeder forehand. Gets to 30-all. Silva not going to be able to go chair to chair with Schroeder. Schroeder, the faster player, stronger player in the chair. Silva needing to be a little bit more one-strike oriented, get one look. Going to have to hit his spot. Sam able to grind out a little bit more. Just better balance, better chair skills. There's the one that Silva has not had an answer for. That backhand up the line. Oh, great angle there. Silva on the attack, not able to come up with the half volley. Now looking at a break point again and a possible early 3-love hole. Forehand winner by Schroeder, and it's 3-love just like that. Sam Schroeder picking up right where he left off in Sardinia, where he only gave up a total of 2 games over 2 sets. Right now, 3-0, Schroeder. Back to live action here on center court, day number 1 of the Wheelchair Tennis Masters, sponsored by NEC on the singles side, and on the doubles side by UNIQLO. It's Sam Schroeder versus Manitou Silva in the quad round robin. Sam Schroeder up 3 games to love, serving. Silva with the great forehand down the line there. Read the Schroeder backhand, was sitting on it. Easily redirects the ball up the line for the first point of the 4th game. Can't handle the Schroeder serve, and it's back to 15-all. Schroeder continuing to look just a little bit too quick, a little bit too young, a little bit too focused. Massive shot there by Schroeder. Silva just kind of shrugs and is like, what can I do? And now 40-15. Points are coming pretty quickly. Silva does not play slowly. Schroeder taking advantage, keeping the momentum. And the error gives Schroeder a quick 4-love lead here in the opening set. Quad, singles, round robin portion on day number 1 of the Wheelchair Tennis Masters. We're live from the USTA National Campus here. We will be every day, all through the week and into next weekend. Hope you'll join us as often as possible. Keep up with all your favorite players from around the world. Schroeder does such a great job of holding the ball on his racket. Seems to really stay on and through the ball for the length of the stroke. Ability to kind of redirect that when necessary, but clearly one of his strengths. Wait to the last minute and then accelerate a little bit more cross court or hold it a little bit more down the line. Tough to read that lefty. And again, Silva choosing to play pretty quick here, and just like that, down 30 love here. And the double fault gets it to 40 love, or love 40. Schroeder with a chance to go up 5 love here in the span of about less than 20 minutes, it feels like. And there's that serve that got down on the low side. Sam not just able to catch up to it or get it up in his strike zone. Keeping that ball down, pretty critical. Schroeder with a multitude of options decides to go with the drop shot, despite the fact that Silva was well within the baseline and probably would have been beaten about with any other choice, but that's the way it goes sometimes. And here it is after love 40, 30-40. Still a break chance for Schroeder. Silva not able to control that ripped backhand there off the volley, and it's game to Schroeder, and he's roared out to a quick and decisive 5-love lead. Sam Schroeder serving 5 games to love. Really has not been pressed or pushed or uncomfortable at all at any time throughout this set here. Really Silva with no answers early on here. Hasn't been able to find any rhythm, any breakthrough. Most of the games have been won pretty quickly, and Schroeder here with a chance to close out the first set just like that, blink of an eye. Schroeder finds the mark with the forehand, a clap from his coach, and the march forward continues for the young Dutchman. He's had an incredible young career, already a Grand Slam champion, having won the US Open as a wild card recipient in 2020. Took the draw by surprise there in New York. He and partner Niels Vink teamed up for gold in Tokyo in the doubles. So at the age of 22 already, a gold medalist, Grand Slam champion, former junior world #1. Very bright future ahead for the young kid from the Netherlands. Young man, I give him young man. I always think of Sam as a young kid, but young man. Nice job by Silva getting up high and deep on Schroeder there. Get things a little bit under control and settle down. Schroeder still in charge, 30-15. Sam with the great angle and great pace. Gonna get through Silva there on the forehand side and give himself 2 set points here. 40-15, 5-love up in the first. And the double fault keeps the set in play momentarily. The body serve ties up Silva, and it's Sam Schroeder with the fist pump and the first set, 6-love. All right, going to be up to Matthewson Silva from Brazil to get on the board here with a service hold here in the second. It has been all Sam Schroeder as he has roared through the first set without many blips or many highlights for Silva. It's been all Schroeder. And the beat goes on as Sam Schroeder hits the backhand return to serve winner, this time cross court. He's been wearing Silva out down the line. This time changes. Says maybe for the second set I'll just work on the cross courts. And in this part of the Group A, which Sam Schroeder is the top seed in, earlier update here from Group A, David Wagner defeated fellow American Brian Barton, straight sets. And here we are finishing up the round robin portion of round number 1 of the round robin, with the winners to face each other in the next round. So likely, if things continue here, it'll be Schroeder versus Wagner, Barton versus Silva. Both of those guys looking for a win to stay alive in the pool play. But the Schroeder-Wagner match would certainly kind of establish top dog in the pool play. In the other pool, Pool B, it was Niels Vink defeating Kim of Korea, and currently Sagino and Lapthorne locked in a battle. Our only remaining match, other than this one here on center court. Schroeder just too good off the backhand side, just too much firepower. Silva making a fight of it in this first game, the second set here, desperately trying to get on board. Silva playing the point of the match so far. Doing a nice job of moving Schroeder around, taking the ball out of the air, forcing the error, and giving himself his first chance here at a hold. And well, look at getting on the board for the first time today. And with the return of serve error, it is indeed a hold by Silva, and he's on the board for the first time. 1-love, Matthewson Silva in the second set. Sam Schroeder up 1-0. Final match of the day on center court here at the USTA National Campus, Lake Nona. 2020 Wheelchair Tennis Masters, sponsored by NEC and UNIQLO. Sam Schroeder for his first game here in the second set. serve by Schroeder, forces the air out of the park by Silva. Too much for Schroeder on the forehand side there. So he kind of gets himself in order here. Looks to get this thing evened up here in the second set. Schroeder with the hold, gets it to 1-game-all. He'll look to get back on track with his return game, not letting Silva go back-to-back holds here in the second set. All Schroeder in the first. Great job by Silva stretching Schroeder out on the backhand side and then following it up with the nice forehand winner down the line. Finding the pattern there a little bit. Sam Schroeder showing off the speed to get to the drop shot, but not to get to the lob as Silva gets out to a 30-love lead on his service game here. Back up his good start in the second set with another hold. Fault by Silva. Gives Schroeder a quick little in here. Backhand floats wide, and it's Silva 40-15. Nice job of making a fight of it here in the second. And there's the backhand up the line that's been so available for Schroeder all day today on the return. When he hits it, Silva has had no answer for it. It's only when he's missed it that Silva's had a chance to get in play. When he hits the target, it's too much. But Silva still a chance to hold here, serving 40-30. Good deep return by Schroeder, forces the error on Silva. Schroeder fights to get it back to 40 all, deuce. That's too much Schroeder right there, just too much mobility, too much firepower off the ground strokes. Ultimately, Silva left exposed and out of position. And now, good first serve by Silva, gets it back to deuce. Silva doing a nice job when he gets that serve really wide and gets Schroeder stretched out. Gets the ball out of the strike zone, getting good results. In the strike zone, not so much. That's the difference. Pretty simple, but pretty difficult to execute. Precision. Nice job by Silva in the middle of the court, controlling the action and taking the game to take second set lead 2-1. Kind of trying to start to find a little bit of a rhythm and a few things that are working against Schroeder finally after that first set beat down. Just kind of finally settled in a little bit, making this very, very competitive here in the second. Start here to the service game for Schroeder with the opening double fault. Seems to have lost the groove that he had flowing so easily here in the first, but all credit to Silva for disrupting that rhythm. Kind of trying to find a few things that can work for him, get it done here in the second set. There's a nice backhand from Sam Schroeder, up and over. Just wide on the forehand side from Silva, gives Schroeder the 30-15 lead here. Game 4, second set. Get it all tied up 2-all. Just kind of get the feeling where Schroeder can kind of regain his rhythm. You get on a roll here again and start ripping off some points. Silva looking to get on the attack and press the action forward in the court. Tough spot to be. Too many options for Schroeder with Silva sitting at the tee. And a great serve into the body jam Silva up, and it's Schroeder holds pretty easily there to get it to 2 games all in the second set. Been the Silva serve games that have been what's kept him here in the business in the second set, doing a nice job of taking care of his serve. No choice from Silva on that. Return probably going to go long, but hit so hard, Silva not able to get out of the way, forced to take the ball out of the air, stuck in the middle of the court. Easy cleanup for Schroeder. Ball wide of the sideline, and Schroeder slight lead here. Looking to get back on one of those rolls where he's just ripping off point after point. But Silva's done a nice job of slowing him down. Just enough firepower. Silva kind of hits himself out of position on that one. Goes a little aggressive, doesn't hit his spot. Right into the Schroeder forehand. Silva stuck at the baseline. Easy down the line winner for Schroeder. Now a chance, 2 chances. Disappointing miss there. That's the shot that he's been grooving on, or was grooving on throughout the entirety of the first set. Almost didn't miss any of those. Now those misses are coming a little bit more frequently. Schroeder still a chance to get the break and go up 3-2 here in the second. And there's the break, and it's Sam Schroeder with the 3-2 lead in the second, up 1 set to love. Opening round of the quad singles round robin portion of the Wheelchair Tennis Masters, sponsored by NEC and UNIQLO. Just crested over the 5 o'clock hour here on the east coast of Florida. Well, we're in the center part of Florida, but on the east coast of the United States. Day number 1 of the Wheelchair Tennis Masters. Sam Schroeder versus Manitou Silva, center court. Schroeder up 1 set to love and serving at 3 games to 2. Looking to stretch this lead out a little bit. Put this match out of reach. Silva stretched out a little bit too much on the forehand side there, and it's Schroeder with the first point here. Schroeder able to get to it but not control it. And Silva gets things back to 15-all. Doing a nice job of forcing Schroeder out of a few positions here, forcing him into some tougher shots, making some more aggressive returns. Playing much better than what we saw in the first set. (30-15) Schroeder there. Silva, I think, thought that that serve was long, played it, didn't get the call. Schroeder looking to go with the big kick, big high looping kick, just long. The double fault gets it back to 30-all. Great return by Silva right there. Now Silva with a break chance to get this thing evened up at 3 games all here in the second. Kind of feel like Schroeder's letting him hang around a little bit. One of those matches where you let somebody hang around. Maybe they sneak a set, force the third. Double fault there by Schroeder gives Silva the game and lets this thing get to 3-all. Oh, we had the let first serve. That's not a double fault. Schroeder with the second serve. And Silva out of position. Instead of game to Silva, it's back to deuce. Big second serve by Sam Schroeder out wide. No answer for Silva whatsoever. And it's Schroeder now. With the advantage and a chance to go up 4 games to 2 here. Kind of extend this lead here and kind of really get his foot on top of Silva here in the second set. Good back-to-back forehands by Schroeder. Secures the game. Gets him that 2-game advantage. Kind of back on track a little bit after a couple of early blips here in the second set. Doing a nice job there with the wide. Followed up forehand, getting Schroeder stretched out, forcing the error. It's been about his most reliable play here today, serving on the deuce side. Double fault by Silva. Gets things here to 15 all. Silva guesses right. Schroeder, no answer there. Silva continuing to have decent success on his serve. Up 30-15 here. Looking to hang in here. Midway through the second. Schroeder too good off the forehand right there, gets to 30 all. Oh, Schroeder showing off the speed to get to the first one, then showing off the great soft touch. No answer from Silva right there. Slight apology from Schroeder, but with a chance to go up 5-2 now, he'll take it. A point away from 5 games to 2. And Schroeder sticking with the high, heavy topspin ball over the head of Silva and extends the second set lead to 5 games to 2. Full control now again, looking to serve it out, close this out, straight sets, potentially 6-2, 6-0, 6-2, but got some work to do. Sam Schroeder serving up 1-0 and 5-2, looking to close this opening quad singles round robin match out right here, right now. Starts off with a nice first serve and no response return there from Silva. The easy air, a quick 15-love. Schroeder staying on the cross-court game. Silva out of position, and now Schroeder 2 points away. Great serve into the body. It's been one of the go-to serves for Schroeder, especially on the deuce side. Silva unable to get untangled, forced into the air, and now 3 match points for Sam Schroeder. Great shot by Silva there, slicing that one out wide on the Schroeder backhand side. No answer from Schroeder. Silva stays alive for at least one more point. Not looking to go down without a fight. Silva finds the line on the return, gets the call, and gets 1 point closer to getting this back to deuce, or getting it to deuce, holding off Schroeder, but Schroeder now with his 3rd match point. Be shocked if he doesn't go to the out wide lefty serve, looking to pull Silva out. There it is, backhand winner. Game, set, match. Sam Schroeder, the #1 seed, here advancing in straight sets 6-0, 6-2. Will join us for a post-match interview with the young Dutchman, and then we'll be wrapped up for today, and we'll see you at 10 o'clock tomorrow morning, Eastern Standard Time. Thank you for joining us today. I'm Paul Walker. It's been a good first day of the Wheelchair Tennis Masters here at Lake Nona, USTA National Campus, home of American tennis, but this week home to the Wheelchair Tennis Masters. Stay tuned for our post-match interview on court.
Sam, congratulations on your opening round victory here today against Yamanitu Silva. Nice start to your tournament here. And what are your thoughts on opening up the week with a great, easy, straight set victory?
Yeah, first of all, I'm really happy to be back here after 2 years. It's been long 2 years waiting to be able to play here again, so I'm really happy with that. Yeah, like you said, really solid win today. Really happy with my level. It's a great feeling to start the tournament like this, and I hope to keep building my level up and keep going higher and growing.
Kind of a different tournament for you this year. 2 years ago you come here kind of as a still not really fully established player, one of these up and coming kind of guys, but now you come in as the #1 seed here this year. A little bit different kind of approach to the tournament. Do you feel any different about coming in with the seed and the bullseye on your chest? How do you feel about that?
No, yeah, it's definitely a different situation than 2 years ago. I've grown a lot as a player, and it has shown in my ranking now, and I think even though I go in as a #1 seed, there's a lot of great opponents here, and you always have to be at your best to be able to perform at a tournament like this. So yeah, I really hope that I will be able to show that level to you guys.
And so you got a full week of tennis. Do you think being young and strong like a bull, that this benefits a young guy like you versus some of the older veterans that have to grind throughout a full week? How do you feel about the physicality that it takes to get through a tournament with the singles and the doubles play throughout the week?
Yeah, no, of course we have singles and doubles here. It's going to be a completely packed week. You have to play every day, high level matches. So I think it's definitely exhausting, also for us, younger players. So yeah, I really hope to see how they will perform as well, the older players, and hopefully we can have some great matches together.
All right, well, great start to your tournament here. I'm going to wish you luck the rest of the way. Off to a great start, and we'll catch you a little bit later in the tournament.
Yes, thanks,
Sam.
Thanks.
Have a good one.